Aaron. Thank you so much for giving us this day, Father God. We thank you so much to the council, the mayor, everything that's on the agenda, Father God, that it be guided by you, Father. We ask that today you keep our residents safe from the heat and those most vulnerable, like our senior citizens, Father God. We just thank you so much as we move forward throughout our day. Bless this meeting. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council successor agency met in closed session for the items listed therein, and there's no reportable action.
The next item, we get there. Appointments, item number 5A, appointment of a representative of the Imperial Irrigation District Energy Consumers Advocacy Committee. Who has that item? We have a candidate?
Did you say Drew? It's you. Oh, great. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we know that former city manager Mark Scott had served on this committee previously, no longer able to serve as he has moved out of the area, but we are recommending that Trish Ray be appointed to serve in his stead, and we believe she'll capably do so.
Absolutely. Okay. Now I need a vote on that, correct?
Yes. No. Sorry. No microphone. Okay. We should take a vote on that, and also as part of that vote, if you could also provide us direction to work with IID so that the representative of the city can also be somebody who's in the service area, not necessarily a resident. So if you can move to recommend the appointment of Trish Ray, but also recommend that we work with IID so that our appointment can be somebody who's in the service area and not a resident of the city.
Okay. I'd like to I'll go ahead and make the motion to appoint Trish Ray to the IID Consumers Advocacy Committee with the caveat that we need to appoint someone who is not necessarily a resident, but is in the service area.
And if I can help you with that,
Thank you.
And to allow staff to work with IID to see if we can either revise the regulations to allow that to happen.
Terrific, understood.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I made the motion. Do I hear a
I'll second that motion. I need somebody else to sit up on that meeting with me for 3 hours.
There you go. Definitely, okay.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos-Dami,
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz, Mayor Pro Tem Harmon,
Aye.
and Mayor Moore.
Aye, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Ivy. Thank you. And you'll have company. All right, item number 6, report on city council, external and internal boards, commissions, committee meetings, etc. Let's see, let's start with you, Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Quite a few of my committees were active. The first one was CVAG Executive Committee. Went over our budget, like all of our agencies, we're going over our budget. They have a balanced budget this year that they're presenting. The new financial officer for CVAG's very good, Mr. Kilgore, very detailed. And so we're looking forward to passing the budget. We also had the internal audit, which came back clean, which was very nice for CVAG. Continue that record of having clean audits. And then thirdly, we passed an agreement unanimously through the executive board to extend Tom Kirk's contract starting July 1st for 5 years. So we were able to get that accomplished. And then lastly, we're going to have the General Assembly. It will be on June 28th. It'll be virtual. This will be the last one. There are melons from Farmer Joey from Blythe, so I don't know how Tom's going to get them out to everybody, but there will be melons. He's always provided those for us, so that's great. And like I said, it'll be June 28th, the virtual General Assembly for the whole area, and then we will be passing the baton for me being the chairman of the executive committee to Christy Hostage of Palm Springs. So she is in the queue to be the new chairman person.
Terrific.
Secondly, ECAC, I was on it, Director Hamby, who's the new director for IID. He was, he won the last election. He is the vice president. He came and visited me as a member of ECAC, but also let us know that, you know, why the board of IID went forward with their resolution to protect the water and do their power to make a power commission because of Chad Mace's bill that he's kept pushing out. But he was also reminded me of stuff I forgot about too. Bonnie Garcia tried it once, John Benoit tried it once. There's been other individuals who tried to have a seat at the table for IID, and they don't have a problem with the energy part of it. What he says is the water, they own 30% of all the rights, the Colorado River, which is the largest amount of rights of water in the United States and actually of the Colorado River, and that's all they're protecting is water. So they did a preemptive strike to make sure that in case Chad Mace's issues went forward, and he was able to get it. I guess it came out of the assembly at 79-1. It came out with his bill. So they want to make sure that power and water is separate. So that's what they're doing. They still want to come to the table with the city of Indio and the other agencies that they provide power to, but they want to make sure they protect the water. And that was good on his part to come visit. They are looking at investing more. They have no problem doing infrastructure. They're looking at about $600 million worth of investment through the whole region that they would probably bond for about a third. The rest of it, they would take out ratepayers. The rate would go up a little bit. They are cognizant that the rates may need to stay low, especially from where they are in Imperial Valley, where the medium income is very low. They know that they got to keep the rates down. So that resonates with us because they can't do it by region. So if the rates are low for Imperial Valley, the rates are low for the Coachella. So they want to do a commission, 6 members from the cities and agencies that are around here, and then 1 appointee by the county, and then 1 appointee from the tribe. And so there would be a member, 8 or 9 member board that would do CB commission based on energy for our valley. So more to hear from that. I'm sure the city manager is going to be able to talk about Trish Raywell too. So a lot of things going on in ECAC for IID. And then the transfer JPA, the solid waste station we have with the city of Coachella, we met. The waste was resolved in our budget. It's a formality basically with Vertec, but we are about 40,000 tons more than we were before. We're up to about 171,000 tons. We were at about 131. So we are using a lot more waste. We're not sure if a lot of it has to do with stuff coming into the landfill that's now being recycled. It's not just waste that's being put into the landfill. It's actually total waste. So a lot of it could be being recycled and reused, like wood and grass clippings and that. But they also realize that the city of Indio is getting a lot bigger and that we are providing a lot more trash in the fills and for their station. We will be getting an extra $450,000 each year with the new agreement we did. Last time we were getting about, $250,000. This next year we'll get about $700,000 from the waste transfer station into our budget. So that's good news. And then on another note, I was at the retirement for Dr. Donna Salazar. She retired as assistant superintendent of schools. Great lady for personnel. I was able to not only represent Senator Melendez, but also the city of Indio. Very well attended, great lady. Wish her the best. And the city of Indio gave her a nice resolution and a plant, which she was very thankful for. And I was excited because the culinary school from the city of La Quinta, the La Quinta High School has the culinary, and they made ice cream of 6 different flavors, and I was able to enjoy it. So
We have our priorities.
yes, I do have those. So and then I want to thank the city manager. We talked the other day about working on Miles Park, and he jumped into action, and he informed, I think, all of us some way or the other that we have soccer nets now going up. We've redone the sprinklers. Thank you, Tim, and that. And then we'll be able to see what we can do about bringing some kids and youth and see if we can get them into Miles Park. And if it works, then we can make some permanent opportunities to be able to do that. But, it's great to see that we talked about it and we actually got some action on it. Let's see what we can do. So thank you, City Manager Tim and Mr. Edgar here for all you do. And that's my report, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Hopefully that park will be filled with kids.
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor. I had quite a few meetings these past 2 weeks. This morning, I attended the board meeting for the Coachella Valley Economic Partnership. We had an update from COD developments throughout the Coachella Valley and Indio. They are more than doubling the instructional space with the addition of 2 new buildings. The first building will include an instructional space, lecture halls, a cafe, student services center, and an outdoor pavilion. The second building will be a child care development center that can be used by members of the community, where COD students will learn how to be teachers for young children. In Palm Springs, they're currently finishing the designs for the new facility and are expecting to start construction within 2 years. In Cathedral City, they're finishing designs for an advanced automobile training facility where students will be able to get certificates related to the automobile industry. That project is about 12 months away from beginning construction. They're also working with the city of Coachella to offer courses in the new library in their downtown. I also attended the Coachella Valley Association of Governments Energy and Environment Committee. We had a presentation from Patrick O'Dowd from the Salton Sea Authority explaining some of the decisions regarding the perimeter lake and other short-term plans for the Salton Sea, as well as his opinions on water importation and the possibility of that going forward in the future. We also have a presentation from our intern, Victoria, who has created a guidebook for sustainable landscaping and the best ways to use plants in our designs to improve our quality of life, improve our air quality, and minimize our energy needs. She's also finalizing a climate action story map that will summarize the sustainability projects happening throughout the valley. CBAG will be sending us copies of both of these projects when they're finalized later this summer. Our committee also voted to form a new committee between representatives from Indio, La Quinta, and Coachella, and unincorporated areas, so that we have a space to discuss negotiations with IID as the power agreement comes to a close in 2033. So we should be getting some more information regarding that committee soon. I also attended the Energy and Environment Committee on June 3rd for the Southern California Association of Governments. We had a few presentations. The first one was from the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. They recently released the draft Cal EnviroScreen 4.0, which is the newest online map that shows exposures to pollution throughout census tracts. And so each census tract is given a score based on 4 factors, which are exposures, environmental effects, sensitive populations, and socioeconomic factors. A new one they just started tracking recently, is the exposure to lead poisoning among children. The site's already used by many nonprofits and government entities, and the new version will be available in summer of 2021. Our second presentation in that meeting was from SoCal Edison regarding battery storage. They are equipped with 15 times more energy storage this year and confident that their grid can handle the growth due to electrification of buildings and vehicles going forward in the future. They're also investing in hardening the grid to protect it against climate impacts. I also met with Councilmember Miller on our JPA board for the waste transfer station. As he mentioned, we approved our annual budget and we'll be having disbursements of $700,000 coming to each city of Indio and Coachella. Also, our contract with BirdTech indicates that we adjust our rates for gate fees by the Consumer Price Index and adjust for any extra costs. And so the gate fees are what we pay every time as a city or as a resident when we go into our waste transfer station. So this year, our Consumer Price Index went up 3.6%, and the landfill cost went up by 72 cents. So our gate fee will increase this year from $63.17 to $64.98. And a reminder to our residents that we do have pre-dumping for Indio and Coachella residents on Saturdays at our waste transfer station. And that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you. That's quite a bit. Councilmember Amit.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any committee reports this evening.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I got a little bit, so bear with me. I'm going to start off with my CBAG Public Safety Committee meeting. That was on Monday the 14th, and during the duration of the meeting, we received an update from the county on COVID-19. And as you know, the state has fully reopened. The longer you have the social distance, exercise capacity restraints indoors, and if you're fully vaccinated, you do not have to wear a mask or face covering. We are also out of the colored tier system. The county continues to urge people to get vaccinated. Approximately 38% of people in Riverside County have been fully vaccinated. Currently in Riverside County, we have 41 related hospitalizations and including 9 in ICUs. So our numbers are extremely low. We're not out of this pandemic, but our numbers are looking pretty well. And so we also have a update on the asylum seekers. As we know, it's been reported as of March, the county began receiving asylum seekers from the border patrol's custody. The asylum seekers have been dropped off in the central Marietta area, Blythe, and India. And in response, the county formed a task force to receive the asylum seekers and provide transitional assistance as these folks make their way to family members and sponsors throughout the country. As of now, the county has received approximately 2,000 people. The asylum seekers are tested for COVID. If they test positive, they'll be quarantined. If a person is negative or test negative, they will receive wraparound services, and the county has allocated $750,000 for this program, which will be seeking a full refund from the federal government. The funding will be divided between transitional housing, homelessness prevention, and workforce solutions, and the Galilee Center in Mecca, which provides most of the services. The people are usually in the program for 2 to 3 days before continuing to their final destination to await their hearings. During the meeting, we also discovered direction, if any, by the Public Safety Committee on the topic of race, diversity, and policing in our community. At the May meeting, it was requested that our ad hoc committee meet to discuss further actions. The ad hoc committee consisted of La Quinta Councilmember John Pena, Palm Springs Councilmember Grace Gardner, who's new to the committee, and myself, Mayor Pro Tem Furman. The ad hoc committee came to the consensus that each member shall return to the respective jurisdiction, gather data and measures that have been taken in their communities, and return to the committee with a report of those actions. I like to report in the city of Indio, we have a Chiefs Advisory Committee. We also have outreach events such as National Night Out, Coffee with the Cop, which gives residents the opportunity to have one-on-one conversations with our chief or his designated staff or assistant chiefs, and also PIO. They have made themselves, available during the peaceful demonstrations this past year. I believe the rapport and community engagement will be optimal to mitigate crime and use of force incidents, which keep our families safe. And also during the meeting, we paid recognition to Palm Springs Police Chief Brian Moraes, who's retiring after 27 years from the Palm Springs Police Department. And Chief Reyes was also a good part in some of these discussions that happened in this past year. So congratulations to Chief Reyes. And I also had a homelessness committee meeting this morning. We received an update on the CV200. For those who don't know, the CV200 are the most contacted individuals who are on our community streets who are chronically homeless. And I have to mention that Tom Cox is doing an excellent job, and the CVAC staff is doing an excellent job with this housing initiative first and actually contacting some of these folks. I've been around the city and I run into individuals, I get their contact information, and I either call, text, or email Tom Cox or staff, and they're right on it. And I even emailed Tom Cox's old address, and it went to CV Rescue Mission, and they responded to the situation. So we have a great collaborative effort as it pertains to homelessness in our community. And it's such a complex issue, so many different issues with each individual person, but it seems like we're on the right path with this Housing First initiative. I would see that. Also, we discussed the feature of the Palm Springs Boxing Club, which is also leased through CVAG as an overnight facility for some of our homeless individuals on the western side of the valley. That lease is up on June 30th, but there's still discussion with Palm Springs Council and CVAG on furthering that if necessary. We also had a update on some of the cooling centers in our community. I'd like to add, in the city of Indio, we have 3 cooling centers. We have our senior center, which I believe is going to start on June 21st. That will be for seniors only. We also have CV Rescue Mission that has a cooling center in Martha's Village and Kitchen. And, those are folks who may need to leave their residence to find a cool place to hang out for a few hours, to turn their air conditioners down and not utilize all those utilities in their houses, especially during these hot summer months when energy could be a crisis at this time. So, that's great that we're doing that in our community. And Also like to give a couple updates on some other things that are going on. Like I said, I have a lot of moving pieces. Maybe that's the wrong phone. We just received information that Congressman Ruiz successfully included a major infrastructure, which is our Miles interchange into his Monroe. I'm sorry, Miles. I guess Miles is just on our mind for the park, right? That's a good news for the Miles Park, but it's the Monroe interchange, and I know folks always have inquiries about that, but I have to advise folks. You know, these projects are so in depth and take a long time, and they're in the incubation period for so long. This project has been in the works for a large amount of time, and to hear news that we'll be possibly getting $20 million on the upwards of $80 million project, that's great news. So thank the congressman and everybody for their staff. And I also have to thank Tim Wasso and our public works crew, because, you know, when we have these projects, we like to be shovel ready. That's the term I believe that Tim uses. And when we go to the congressman or we go to our federal government or Sacramento and we have developments or we have infrastructure projects that we like to develop, well, are you ready to go when the fund is there? Well, we're ready to go. We're shovel ready. And our staff has been working on this project for a good amount of time. So, you know, hats off to Tim and his crew. And before I conclude, I also like to give out the news that County Riverside is also going through their budget proceedings. And we just got news that Supervisor Perez secured $500,000 for our Riverside County National Day Festival to begin talks and start planning as well for 2022. And I've been well spoken about that. That's part of our history. I believe that's our fabric, and that's my favorite festival. And so I'm looking forward to the return of the Day Festival in our community. Now, before I say that, before I close out, I'm not saying it's returning. I'm saying we're getting the $500,000 to start the planning. And so that'll get us on the way to getting it back going. So it's great to see that we're, you know, making some traction on getting back to some sort of normalcy after this pandemic. So that concludes my report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And assuming that the fair moves forward, as I supported it as well, you know, you get to be mayor next year and you get to be at the front of the parade as mayor. And that is just about one of the coolest things you can do. So it'll be a blast. Or you could ride a camel.
I'm not, well, I tell you this, I'll be in the truck, but I won't have, the clown, what's his name?
Oh, my God.
Harpo.
Well, Harpo can't ride with me, but.
That was the biggest fast scared clowns.
Now, I tell you this, Harpo is now one of my favorite clowns though, because he's in one of my favorite movies, The Doors. I just found that out. He's in the end of that movie, so he might get some love from me.
There you go. Okay, well, we look forward to the fair coming back. I was happy to see those dollars for some of the pre-planning to be appropriated. Okay, a couple of things here. First was the CVAG Transportation Committee meeting, and there's some really great information in there. First of all, talk about things that take a whole lot of time to really germinate and come to fruition. CV Link. Well, we waited for it to pull together, and then it started in Cathedral City, and it's been moving on down. And of course, we had a ribbon cutting not too many months ago, and well, they're pouring concrete on the Indio La Quinta part of the CV Link. That's very exciting. That's from the perspective of exercise, of people having bike trails and areas where they can walk. To the tourism component, because eventually that's going to stretch from Palm Springs down to Coachella. And it's really great to have that here in the city of Indio, and we look forward to its completion. One of the things we talked about was the Coachella Valley San Gorgonio Pass Rail. You know, this kind of comes and goes, but at the end of the day, there's some interesting statistics. Southern California has the second busiest rail in the nation. And what we're talking about is something that starts in Fullerton to downtown Riverside to Palm Springs to Mid Valley, right? Palm Desert area to Indio. And we're talking Amtrak, not the Metrolink. And there are some interesting reasons around that. But at the end of the day, we need more track capacity. Obviously, with all the freight and the freight that comes back and forth, they're not gonna, let loose of the 2 tracks that they have that transports all that freight to us. And so we're talking about the need for more track capacity in order to keep the trains on time. Ideally, the passenger train would be 1 hour and 39 minutes to go from really to Fullerton to downtown Riverside to Palm Springs to Mid Valley to Indio, and just to be continuing to work on that just opens up our valley to employment, to again tourism, to visitors, to history, to a whole lot of things. So we hope that keeps on going. So we do need that 3rd track. Public comments May 21st through July 6th. So see the CV Rail website, and you can check on the dates and leave comments and support. And then just a couple of other random things here, major things. We approved the reimbursement agreement with the city of Coachella for Grapefruit Boulevard between Leoco Lane and 9th Street for transportation improvements. And so much, again, of the discussion was really around the CV San Gorgonio Pass Rail and the fact that it's currently in the stage of preparing the environmental draft. The other one was the Coachella Valley Conservation Commission. There's really, we have cobbled together or put together a fair amount of land, most recently 248 acres between Highway 111 and I-10 and Riverside County. We just acquired additional acres near Avenue 62. And as well as in 42 acres in the Santa Rosa and San Jacinto Mountains. And these are really areas where we can preserve our natural areas and our natural beauty and our natural trails. Part of the challenges, though, are things like some of the invasive species. Tamarisk removal, which has just been in our desert for years and years and years, and as we know, just consumes enormous amounts of water. And there's ongoing dollars spent for tamarisk removal. The tamarisk are very, very difficult, hence very expensive and very labor intensive to remove. I mean, you leave a twig left and it grows back, and the gallons and upon gallons upon gallons, hundreds of gallons of water that it consumes per hour per day is, like I said, significant. The bighorn sheep, that's native to our desert. We continue to try to preserve them. The fence continues to be put together. There have been agreements now, the last piece of it with the folks down at PGA West in that segment, so that the bighorn sheep can be safe in their own native environment. And so we're constantly monitoring them so that they don't come off the hills into the streets. And sometimes they end up with diseases, sometimes they end up being run over by vehicles, and it creates some challenges. Let's see, I think that's it really for the Coachella Valley Conservation Commission. And then just something, I was on a phone call today. We talk about broadband and the need for broadband, and what we all need to do as council members and as people out in the community is we need to work with our assembly folks and our state senators to continue to advocate for broadband. There's a couple of Senate bills out there that are very, very important, so that we have broadband that reaches from those areas that are really challenged, so that the kids don't have to sit and do their homework in a Taco Bell, all the way up through the major portions of our city, so that we can become more competitive. We can meet the needs of the current population, as well as draw businesses into our greater community. Specifically, Indio is at the top of my list, but broadband is something that works best across the entire valley. So that's something we all need to advocate for. And that ends my comments at this point. I think I've got everybody covered, and I can call on the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I turn some time over to the city attorney, just wanted to thank the Vice Mayor for mentioning the cooling centers. But we have opened the lobbies of the city facilities based on the new opening up of the COVID regulations. There is still some confusion with regard to what's required in the workplace. We hope that's resolved in the next few days. So if you still see some city staff wearing masks, it's pursuant to that confusion. Quite frankly, based on the rules provided by Cal OSHA. But with regard to the next city council meeting or future city council meetings, I'd like to turn some time over to the city attorney to explain what she's learned and then seeking some direction for you for how you like to proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. So since the writing of this report that I provided the council, a lot of things have changed. So this has been a moving target. The governor has issued 2 executive orders, and the first formalizes what he has said and what went into effect yesterday, which was the repeal of the stay-at-home order and the colored tier system. And so any state-imposed restrictions and activities from that tiered framework have been eliminated, as discussed in the report provided to the council. The second executive order that he issued lists 61 executive actions that repeal, amend, or replace many of the actions that the governor took throughout the pandemic. And as it relates to local government and the way that we've been conducting our public meeting, the provisions suspending the Brown Act rules relating to teleconferencing will be repealed as of September 30th, 2021. So as of that date, if a council member or a planning commissioner participates by teleconference, which we now know as Zoom, we will need to provide the location of the teleconference location on the agenda, and that location where that particular member is located has to be open to the public and has to receive public comment. So essentially, as of that date, public agencies really are required to return back to in-person meetings that are open to the public. There are a number of bills that are still working through the legislature to provide cities with the option of keeping a hybrid format, including bills that mandate that we keep virtual meetings for the public. And more is to come on that as we keep an eye on those issues and those bills as the legislative season winds down in September. Also on Friday, the California State Public Health Officer adopted a new order after this report was drafted. And that order requires all individuals to follow the guidelines that they've issued for the use of face coverings, which is described in the report. And essentially, as we all know, no masks are required for vaccinated persons and masks are required for unvaccinated persons. And of course, there are exceptions that are listed in the report, such as public transit and healthcare settings. In terms of what the city manager just stated, the interplay of these orders for the general public is a little bit different than that for the workplace. As noted in the report, Cal OSHA did a 360 on their previous standards for the workplace. They are meeting tomorrow, and they have released their proposed rules on masking and social distancing in the workplace. And I'm pleased to report that those are now aligned with what has been adopted by the state public health officer. And the new rules, if they are adopted tomorrow and recommended for adoption, they will eliminate the current regulations that are in place, and this is why all of us are masked in City Hall. Those regulations are from November, which require masking and social distancing. And a few of the major changes relative to the last series of proposed revisions is that fully vaccinated employees will not have to wear face coverings indoors, including when unvaccinated coworkers are among them. Most physical distancing requirements have been deleted, except if there is like a major outbreak in the workplace. Employers will be required to provide and enforce use of face coverings for unvaccinated employees when indoors or in vehicles. And even though face coverings are not required, employers must provide them to employees upon request. So the anticipation is that Cal OSHA will adopt those recommendations, and then it goes to the Office of Administrative Law, who has 10 calendar days to adopt them. And we suspect that they will go into effect towards the end of the month. So this changes a little bit the options that I had laid out before you in the report. And so as it relates to recommendations now, assuming that Cal OSHA adopts those new regulations, the question for the council really is, when does the council want to reopen the chambers to the public for in-person meetings? We are on our summer schedule. We have meetings scheduled in July, one meeting July 21st, and in August, currently that's August 18th, and then our meeting in September. We can still follow the relaxed teleconference meeting rule until September 30th, but assuming that Cal OSHA rules align with what the state public officer has adopted, we are asking the council for direction as to when you would like to reopen the chambers to the public. If you desire to reopen the chambers to the public prior to September 30th, then we ask that you let staff implement the logistics such as signage, providing hand sanitizers and masks, and logistics related to unvaccinated persons in protocol. And in speaking to the city manager, we anticipate that there'll still be some aspect of Zoom that will be retained. It may become more permanent if the bills are being considered or passed and adopted, and I'm able to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. That's quite a bit of information. Does anybody have any questions of our city attorney?
I do. How will we verify if we open the chamber who's vaccinated and unvaccinated? Is it a matter of privacy to ask people to prove that they're vaccinated?
So the regulations now, and I see Andrew smiling at me across the room, that it can be yes, voluntarily, where somebody will say that they are vaccinated. And we can't ask for proof, but from members of the public. And so it really becomes on the honor system.
Any other questions? Councilmember Amit?
No, that was it.
Thank you.
I might add to that, Mayor, the big concern would be a symptom check. So at the door, should we open the council chambers to the public, we just would ask anyone that had any symptoms whatsoever, COVID related or not, to watch from home. And so that's probably the key to monitoring the door, is just making sure that there's a self-check. Not only if they aren't vaccinated to wear a mask, self-police that, but we need to monitor to make sure that no one has any symptoms whatsoever and is in the chamber. I think that would just cause such an uncomfortable disruption that we'd ask them to watch from home.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the council? We have a couple of options here. Option one, continue with the Zoom meeting format and employees only in chambers until the new regulations are issued, or option two, continue with the Zoom meeting format and open chambers to public. As the city attorney said, we have one meeting in July, one in August, one in September, and then we go back to full schedule in October. Some of these rules are going to be repealed as of September 30th. So
and with that recommendation in the report, a little bit of a twist, because we believe now that those Cal OSHA regulations will be adopted, which will alleviate the concerns that I had written about with respect to Cal OSHA in the workplace, because now you'll have the workplace and the public. The rules will align with respect to masking and social distancing. So I think it's more fundamental in terms of when you would like to reopen.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I was just going to say that I do like the idea of keeping the Zoom going. I think if we don't have the televised meetings anymore, I think that helps for a lot of people at home. But I am also open to opening the chambers as well. I think we can do both. One thing I was going to ask is, would we be doing temperature checks at the entrance? And the only thing that the concern I have on that is that it's 118 degrees outside. So if people, are they going to test higher if they're coming from the heat? And is that going to be a problem?
So that's some of the logistics that we've asked that you let us work with city manager and with Andrew and with other department employees with respect to that. I know that some cities have kept temperature checks. Some cities have eliminated temperature checks. So it's, it's certainly, it's different everywhere. But I think at least having somebody at the door to do the questionnaire of, have you been in contact, et cetera, have you been sick, have you been coughing, is something that the city manager had mentioned about us doing.
And for personal experience, I will tell you, because I walked in from the heat into a clinic, and that's the first thing they said was I had a temperature. Less than 5 minutes later, in air conditioning, I had not. So that does definitely, that certainly affects. So what I'm hearing you say is as you sort of could go either way, we need to keep the live broadcast going. But really not a strong opinion one way or the other as to whether or not we open the chambers to the public or not.
I would support opening.
Support, okay, Councilman.
I agree with Mr. Ortiz. I do think we need to open the chambers up at the next meeting. I do think we need to have Zoom or some kind of presence so people that don't feel comfortable or are not vaccinated can continue to do it. And I think staff should probably, other than essential staff, should stay inside City Hall and watch us and monitor us over the TV. And when their event comes on or whatever they have to do, if it's their presentation, then they come into the chambers and are able to do it, then they go back out. That way they're not taking up any seats, they don't have to worry about anything, and they can be protected and safe in their office watching. And if we don't need them, then they can continue to go on about their business and go home instead of sitting here for 2 or 3 hours listening to us. So.
Okay, Councilmember Amit, what is your thought?
I'm in favor of opening the chamber as soon as management is ready. I would like to keep the Zoom option as a community benefit for them to be able to participate from their homes.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm also in favor of keeping the Zoom. What I'd like to add is a small questionnaire at the door for the folks who are coming in. Because if someone does happen to test positive at a later date, we'll have a mechanism to track who was here for notification purposes. Because being that we are lifting some of the regulations, that doesn't mean COVID is still not upon us. And we want to be able to contact folks, and it's voluntarily to come into a council meeting. And second, we also still have PPE, so we can provide PPE at the door for folks who are still not comfortable, you're not wearing a mask, so I think we can have a PPE at the door, a small questionnaire, you come in and you have any symptoms, your name, contact information, just in case we need to contact you. And I'm okay with opening chambers under those guidelines.
And I would agree. So I think you have consensus. Yes, I'd like to open the chambers. Yes, I'd like to keep Facebook or live streaming and Zoom. And then we need some mechanism to really ensure, to the extent that we can, without impinging on someone's personal rights, to ensure that they don't have any physical issues, or any of the symptoms. So all 5 of us, we want to get back to the business of being public.
And then, Madam Mayor, with respect to our commissions, particularly the Planning Commission or other commissions, my assumption is that this would also apply to them. And so once the Cal OSHA rules are adopted and go into place, that way we don't have any issues with employees being in the same room as the public. Then if a commission meeting would precede your July meeting, we would open the chambers for those meetings.
And let me ask you something on the commission meetings. Do any of the commissioners come to City Hall for the meetings? Or maybe a better question is,
No, they don't.
So how do you open it to the public with no live commissioners?
Would you like us to ask the commissions their preference at their next meeting?
I think that would be, because I think we want to avoid nobody on the dais, but a room full of people.
So I think the first meeting, it sounds like would be the city council meeting on the 21st. We find out what the planning commission would like to do with regard to their membership for subsequent, probably after the 21st.
I disagree, just on mine, because I don't believe that the commissions who are appointed by us should be dictating if they come into the chambers or not. If we're coming into the chambers and opening up, everybody comes in. It should be everybody in here. You can't have the public come in and have a planning commission. We're here, the planning commission isn't, and then the community service is, it's chaos. If we open it up, it opens up to all, in my opinion. That's just.
Yeah, but the governor's rule says we can be Zoomed till September, so we can't demand that our commissions come in when the governor's order allows for Zoom.
Right. So we need to call or connect with each of our commissioners, and I hear what you're saying, Councilmember, but
we expect with the Madam Mayor, we expect until September 30th that, there might be 1 or 2 members of any legislative body that may be doing the Zoom meeting until September 30th, when we go back to the old rules. So.
there just has to be some mechanism. You can't open up and have a meeting with 1 person or 0 person here. So how do we determine if on any of the commissions, if there's going to be somebody sitting up here at the dais? How do we deal with that?
I'll bet that we'll have at least a majority of the commissions would want to be here. There may be 1 or 2, as the city attorney says, until September 30th that could still attend virtually. After September 30th, the expectation is that everybody will be here.
Okay.
And I do know that, in just speaking with our Community Development Director, Mr. Snyder, that the developers have really wanted to provide and do their presentations here in the chambers. It facilitates being able to look at the boards and to look at the different elements of their projects. And so, I know that that is one ask that they have been making, and whether the council's okay with the development community coming in, even if there's not a majority of the planning commission, for example, on the dais, certainly staff will be here. So if that's, how do you feel about that, or have any opinion, or we leave it up to staff to kind of facilitate that?
That's kind of weird. So the development community comes in with all their presentation boards and everybody, and there's minimal people up here. That feels kind of odd to me. I mean, that's just my.
So I think what I hear you saying is that if the majority of the commissioners are going to be in the chambers, then and commit to that, then we will be opening up the chambers for those meetings.
Right. Absolutely.
Is that
everybody okay with that? Okay.
okay? At least there's a consensus with that.
Yes.
Okay.
There is.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate all the detail around that. The answers aren't easy these days.
Yeah.
Okay. Item number 8, is there any public comments, city clerk, for items not on the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we have Jonathan Becerra on the line.
Great.
Jonathan, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My public comment is specifically to do with the access to event production opportunities in the city of Indio and further access to public spaces. It can be summarized in this: why is there still no RFP for the Tamale Festival? This is a uniquely and culturally Indio event, and I have it on good authority that the city has already reached out for potential proposals from other organizations. I don't know why the community hasn't been asked to participate in this, why this isn't an open process, why this isn't a transparent process. I personally have managed multiple events to success in Indio, so I definitely would have loved the opportunity to submit something. As someone who does events, I know that the time period to plan this successfully is already shortened significantly. It just seems odd that it appears easier for city staff to kind of facilitate these types of events for their own personal businesses, but we still haven't seemed to facilitate a way for the overall community to have the same ease of access. The Tamale Festival used to be done by Public Works, so there's no precedent why a large organization needs to produce this. That leads me to conclude that I believe that the City of Indio's practices and the City of Indio's events staff are at best inconsistent. I believe that we're at a point where we need to do an internal equity review in relation to the city event staff practices and the policy or lack thereof. I believe this should be done by a third independent party, and quite frankly, it's hard not to feel that there's some sort of discriminatory consequences to this type of lack of transparency or lack of procedure or lack of openness to opportunity. And given how the event staff have handled this, the residents need real assurances beyond words that the current city practices do not result in consequences that are either racist, homophobic, misogynistic, or otherwise inappropriately discriminatory. Every person here deserves a fair shot at the opportunity that Indio has, and specifically in regards to the Tamale Festival, that is so culturally relevant to the people and history and everything that we strive to be here. I mean, it's just very disappointing and personally upsetting that still the community can't get an opportunity to just use the opportunities we traditionally have had. So I really encourage the council to at least explain to the community why this is happening in the future, or to set up some process, as we've been asking for the past 2 years, to include more equitable practices as it relates to access to public opportunities and public lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
No more comments, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move on to item number 9, the consent calendar. Would anyone wish to pull anything? I would like to pull item number E, or do I hear a motion absent item E?
I'd like to pull item H.
Item H. I'm sorry, City Clerk?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I do have one public comment for one item under consent,
Okay,
and that is for item 8J.
okay. First, okay, thank you.
And it's also John Becerra.
Okay.
Are you still on the line, John?
Yes, hello?
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes for this item as well.
Yeah, so this is kind of an extension, but I really appreciate, the community getting an opportunity to kind of access these kinds of buildings and facilities, but I really want to extend that, this is an opportunity that should be promoted and given to other organizations who are not necessarily related to religion. As I mentioned before, I am a openly LGBTQ individual in the city of Indio, and I would like to see this kind of opportunity spread to other kinds of spaces. This is a good thing that we're doing for this organization, but it's an opportunity that should be spread to others and other denominations. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so at this point on the consent calendar, item number, you have pulled item number E and item number H. Does anyone wish to pull any additional items?
Madam Mayor, I just have a comment on, it does need to be pulled on item J.
Okay.
With that particular item, if the motion can be approve a month-to-month lease with Destiny Church in the form negotiated and approved by the city manager and city attorney to incorporate revisions into the lease to allow for rights of entry and revisions to facilitate its sale as part of the motion.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
all right, go.
No, I'm good.
Okay, do we want to make a motion for items except item E and H, or just discuss those two items?
Two items.
Okay, so
Discuss.
the reason I wanted to pull item E is construction contract with CS Legacy Construction. And so when I pulled the information, I noticed that in the number 2 position was an Indio organization. And, I always like to look at local and trying to provide business to local entities. And so I know there's an explanation for this, and Mr. Wassel, please, can you provide it so that the public better understands what we have to work with?
Tim Wassel, Public Works Director for the city. So if I understood your question correctly, is there a local preference?
Correct.
For India? Yes, there is indeed a local preference, which allows us to extend up to 10% for purchases. However, when it comes to contracts that are conducted in accordance with the Public Contracting Code and Labor Code, in our municipal code, we are precluded from extending that preference. And therefore, even if it's $1 difference, the lowest bidder wins. So that's the answer to the lowest.
And if I can add to that, and that's because it's a function of state law, and that exception is written into our municipal code because under state law, we're required to award the contract to the lowest responsible bidder.
Yeah, responsible qualified bidder.
Correct.
Meets all the terms.
Okay, thank you. Item number H, I believe that was Councilmember Amit that pulled item H.
Okay, I had a little bit of difficulty of figuring out how the 195 came to be. I took a look at the scope of services and I was wondering if a budget matrix was provided that gives that breakdown. And also there was no comparison on what we've paid historically. So I don't recall if this $195,000 contract is in line with what we've paid in the past. And then thirdly, I just wanted to have a little bit more information about to what extent the chamber is partnering or cooperating with CVEP on the business support. I guess I want to know more about to what extent is that being offered.
Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Brooke Berry, Director. Thank you, Brooke Berry, Director of Communications and Marketing. Let's go through those one by one. So let's start with the last because it's the one that I'm remembering. We also have on the phone as well if there are individual questions that need to be asked of Diana Soto, this interim CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. So the Chamber of Commerce will work with CVET and represent the city of Indio with some communication with them. They've also reassured me that the iHub that we pay for in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce will reopen so that it is available for people to use at the Chamber facility on Indio Boulevard. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Mead, or would you like some additional clarification?
So how much of the budget is going toward that effort?
That was not itemized as part that particular piece with regard to CVEP was not itemized. That is part of the business support in the scope of services. That includes a number of other things, including education for local businesses, walkthroughs, etc.
Okay, and the other two questions?
I'm sorry, can you reiterate them? Yeah.
So there was no comparison on
Sorry.
this
The
contract
last agreement
to
was-
previous?
I'm sorry, the last year's agreement, this represents a $45,000 increase over the last year. The budget was cut considerably last year because of the limitations regarding in-person services at the Visitors Center. The Chamber of Commerce also instituted some furloughs, so that led to lack of staffing on their part. And some realizations that in-person events would not be taking place. So this budget reflects a little bit more closely aligns with what we have historically signed with the Chamber, and $200,000 is actually allocated for this.
Does the Chamber still use the entire facility? Last I spoke with the previous CEO, it was rarely used.
The visitor center is staffed now and is available in person. In order to make sure that our visitors' services were as robust as possible right now, we also inserted a clause that where we say visitor center, we're also talking about the Discover Indio website. So any services that are available in person at the location on Indio Boulevard will now be fully supported via the website.
But the in-services visitor center is a small 10 by 10 area. That's why I'm asking about the facility.
So if I can try to help jump in and clarify. So Councilmember, I mean, what you're talking about is what you walk in the front door and that's where you have your business cards and whatnot, and then you have the rest of the offices. Is that what you're trying to discern? Because the area where there are business cards and brochures and that kind of thing is very small. However, I was just in the chamber, gosh, maybe a week or two ago. And so the offices as a whole, being fully staffed, support anyone that walks into the chamber and needs assistance with anything from what's going on in the community to where do I find something to eat to where do I contact a real estate agent, so on and so forth. I'm jumping in because I've been involved with the chamber for so many years, so I'm sorry if I'm overstepping my bounds. Is that?
Well, it's just that when they expanded to the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce, they now service, I don't know, 3 or 4 communities. And is this where all the staff is manned out of? And if so, then the benefit isn't 100% to Indio.
If I can chime in. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Diana Soto, Interim CEO with the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce. Thank you all for considering this contract of service once again. To answer your question, council member, we have separate offices in separate cities. The Indio office is by far our largest as it has historically been, but the services are for the city of Indio. We do have a separate office in Coachella that services Coachella and that contract, the same for La Quinta, the same for Cathedral City, and the same for Desert Hot Springs.
So are you utilizing 100% of the building for Indio?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I guess in the future, I'd just like to see a matrix with the budget so that I can see visually and a comparison to prior years, rather than for me to try to figure out from a narrative what comprises the total contract.
I understand. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's been noted on my end as well.
Any other questions? Ms. Berry, or any of the other consent calendar? If not, do I entertain a motion?
Before you take a motion on the chamber item, I just noticed a typo on page 14 where the Discover Indio says city shall produce an annual Discover Indio guide. It should be chamber. So if you could just approve the agreement as amended, and that's on page 14 of the scope.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay,
I'll make the motion to accept the consent calendar as amended with the item on amended on H and also on J. As the city attorney has put forward, and I think the $195,000 for chambers of deal. That's my second.
I'll second the motion, and I'd like to see that we're making some progress on the Carry On Park project.
yes, absolutely. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Ami.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
Aye.
And Mayor Holmes.
Aye. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you to the Indio Chamber of Commerce, the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce for
Thank
everything
you all.
support of our community. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the public hearings, item number 10. We'll do 10A to start, resolution number 10219, approving the issuance of tax exempt revenue bonds by CMFA for financing the Arroyo Crossing Affordable Housing Project pursuant to the Tax Equity Financial Responsibility Act. TEPRA.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. My name is Kevin Snyder. I'm your Director of Community Development. This evening, Jesus Gomez, Housing Programs Manager, will be providing a brief staff report on this public hearing item, which I just want to note is an action that we are obligated to do under the act referenced by the mayor. However, this is not a normal procedure for the city. It is a special circumstances related to bond financing. So Mr. Gomez will provide you a brief overview, explain the purposes of the hearing, and then the applicant is also here to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, does council have any questions of staff before I open the public hearing? No? Okay. Public hearing, are there any comments or questions at this time? Okay, there being none on item number A, I will close the public hearing and ask for the council's. I'm sorry.
Do a presentation.
We're gonna do a presentation on this. I didn't
Jesus?
understand. I'm back. Present.
That was good.
Yeah.
I was like, man, very informative. Thank you. He sat down and said a word.
It's the smoothest presentation yet.
Is there
So
information?
I had a brief PowerPoint presentation, but it was pretty much a one pager.
Yeah.
And I think the title and our director, Kevin Snyder, pretty much summarized this item. This is something that the council isn't per se familiar with on a unit basis, but over the last 10 years, we have conducted these TEPRA hearings for 5 different projects, affordable housing projects. In the past, they've been for the acquisition and rehabilitation of existing apartment housing units in the city. And this one's unique in that it's for new development. And so I'm glad to report to the community and to the council that this proposed bond financing and issuance of tax exempt bonds pertain to the Arroyo Crossing project. It is new development that will be constructed on Jefferson on the west side of the city, just south of 111. The city council did approve this project back in early 2020. And this pertains to the financing phase of this project. The bond issuer is required for the IRS code to conduct this public hearing in which the council and the city simply serve as a host jurisdiction to allow members of the public to speak on this project. The issuance of the bonds is not an obligation of the city now or in the future. It's simply a ceremonial process that the council opens up the public hearing for the public.
Any questions?
I have a question regarding the fees that will be charged of residents. Is this similar to the other projects where they're charged on a scale of their income, or is it 30% of their income, or? you know.
Correct. So the rents will be vary based on the household income, and they could range from 30% of the area median income to 80% of the area median income. And different unit sizes will be designated for different income levels, so it could range. But it's 184 units of a variety of income levels.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say thank you to our staff and our developer as well. As we noted earlier in our study session, we have people who make below the median income, right? So the bottom 50% of our population based on income, 20% of them pay over 50% of their income on rent. So this is going to stabilize them back to 30% of their income on rent. So I think that's going to do a lot of great things for those families, and hopefully they can be able to afford more basic necessities like education or healthcare, and also have more money to spend in our community with our businesses, right? So thank you very much for giving this to us.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? All right, now I'm going to close the public hearing because you gave such a fabulous presentation. Thank you. Close.
I'll make a motion if everybody's ready.
Is everybody ready? Please do.
Adopt resolution number 10219, approving the issuance of tax exempt revenue bonds by CMFA for financing of the Royal Crossing Affordable Housing Project.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amis.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carmen.
Aye.
Mayor Holmes.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Public hearing item 10B, resolution number 10214, adopting a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Ordinance number 1761, approving the Church at the Red Door specific plan, and resolution number 10215, approving tentative parcel map number 37899, TPM 20-03-403, to subdivide the 13.07 acre project site into 2 lots to accommodate a worship center to be located at the southwest corner of Jefferson Street and Avenue 49, APN 602-060-001 and 602-060-002. Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Kevin Snyder, your Director of Community Development. I'm tap dancing here. Well, there we go. Okay, good evening again, Mayor, Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. I'm Kevin Snyder, your Director of Community Development. This public hearing item is coming before you this evening, and it pertains to 3 items. 2 of them are legislative in nature, and 1 is environmental in nature. So I'm going to go through a presentation. I will be joined a little bit later by our consulting transportation engineer, who will also make a presentation. And then following that, we recommend that the City Council engage in the public hearing process. So as I mentioned before, you have before you this evening several items. I've broken them on the screen into what I'm calling legislative items. And that is the specific plan, the Red Door specific plan. Very simply, a specific plan is a form of zoning. It is in essence creating site-specific zoning standards. It pertains to land use, development standards, design standards, and operational standards. And the main requirement under state law, and specific plans are identified by state law as having a main requirement of complying with a city's adopted general plan. So when we look at specific plans, the primary lens that we're looking at them is through their compliance to the adopted general plan. The tentative parcel map, and that we will be looking at, is also a action that requires looking at the lens through the general plan as well. And in that instance, the applicant is seeking to divide 1 piece of property into 2 parcels of land. And so again, when we are looking at that, we need to look at it through compliance with the general plan as well as other applicable city standards. And then finally, there's the environmental assessment. And the environmental assessment is under the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act. And we are looking at, again, has it met the requirements of CEQA, as it's commonly referred to, and we will discuss that in a moment. But In short, CEQA looks at the environmental impacts of projects, whether they be a subdivision or other types of projects, and determines whether or not there is an opportunity to mitigate those impacts such that the impacts to the environment can be managed. There is follow-up potential actions as it pertains to this project in front of you. If the council does choose to approve a specific plan, it would go back to your planning commission for follow-up actions, and that would pertain to the conditional use permit request and the design review request. And the reason why they're split, and many times you would see these come to you as one package, but because you're establishing zoning standards for the property, and because the item under consideration for this specific plan involves conditional use permit, I, along with the city attorney, evaluated this and determined that it was appropriate to have the council first decide on whether or not the requested zoning for the specific plan would be applied to the property, after which then it would go back to your planning commission for their follow-up considerations I mentioned before for conditional use permit. That would provide another round of public review opportunity for the project. So the property in question is located at the southeast corner of Aspen 49 and Jefferson Street. It's currently 13.07 acres. It's one parcel of land. It has, for those that are maybe not familiar with the site, in the public, if you've ever traveled down Jefferson Street and you've seen the elevated house that's white, it is kind of has its own landmark, if you will, by just that its visibility. That is the property we're talking about. So in September 2019, the City Council adopted General Plan 2040 and established land use designations throughout the city for individual parcels of land. In your action in 2019, you established a connected neighborhood land use designation for this property. In our general plan, we delineate between primary land uses and secondary land uses. The specific plan is proposing for your consideration a place of worship campus, and that's the primary focus and intent of this specific plan. Sometimes specific plans have much broader focus. They may have more uses on the site. You may look at a mixture of uses. That could be housing, that could be retail, but in this instance, the specific plan has been prepared and proposed really to focus on a place of worship. And under the general plan that the City Council has adopted, places of worship are considered a secondary land use. And in that vernacular, that means that it would require a conditional use permit under that general plan. Now, as the council is well aware, and you've generously supported us in updating our zoning regulations, because when we adopted the general plan in 2019, we adopted it with the understanding that we needed to update our zoning regulations to be consistent and compliant with the general plan. So we were working on that, but today, the current zoning of the property is what we call Country Estate Indio Ranchos 1. And this is intended to be a lower density residential neighborhood zoning designation. And under that designation, places of worship are not permitted. But again, in those instances where you have inconsistency between your general plan and your zoning regulations, the general plan prevails. So the land use orientation of the general plan, in this instance, the connected neighborhood, and the secondary land use element of that general plan requires that it be looked at through the general plan lens, not the zoning lens, for the purposes of reviewing a specific. One thing I wanted to note, so this project has been in conversation with the city for quite a while. In fact, we started conversations before the City Council adopted the new general plan. And at that time, the applicant was presented with the information that this would be the general plan designation. However, we would need to update our zoning regulations, and until such time that we updated those zoning regulations, the current zoning would stay in effect. So the applicant had a choice. The applicant could wait until we updated our zoning regulations, or the applicant could pursue an alternate route. And in this instance, that alternate route was preparation of a specific plan. And the applicant chose to pursue that alternate route. Okay, so the specific plan, as I mentioned before, is really focused on a place of worship and associated uses. And the place of worship is the primary focus and nature of the land use. There will be attendant, or there are proposed to be attendant other uses, but they're all under the umbrella of a place of worship. It is proposed as a 4-phase development. And what that means is that basically over a period of time, as we understand from the applicant, that's somewhat driven by financial considerations, they would build out the campus. And that campus would occur over, the components of that campus would occur over 4 phases. And that would lead to ultimately what we would understand the full build out picture. So a full build out, you would have approximately 41,000 square feet of building area. You would have a sanctuary that could accommodate up to 965 individuals. And then you would have a total of 359 on-site service parking spaces. Now, again, this is a phased development. So what we'd anticipate is that over time, they would build that out. So the next slide I'm going to break down for you is kind of the different phases. So phase 1, again, is as shown on the map here. And hopefully that's readable. I think you'll have this all in front of you, both in digital and paper copy version. But phase 1 would be the sanctuary building. That would be built with an initial 584 seats, and that would be accompanied by 236 on-site service parking spaces. Phase 2 would be about 6,266 square feet. Next generation children building, that's their term. That would not include classrooms, but it still would be space for youth activities, meeting space, and other youth-oriented activities that the church would sponsor. Phase 3 would be 6,266 square feet of administration and youth building. And that would be really where they would have their office functions and meeting spaces for Bible study and other events. And then the last phase is a approximately 8,200 square foot multi-purpose room. This would not be used as overflow space for the sanctuary. So it would not be as space that would be used to accommodate beyond the maximum allowed of individuals in that sanctuary space. So we did work with the applicant to ensure that, because what we wanted to make sure is that there was adequate on-site parking and the traffic considerations. So it is clear in the specific plan and in the adopted regulations that if the council is to consider this, that multi-purpose space is not to be used for that. And again, as I mentioned before, the phasing plan will be implemented on a phase basis, based in part on financial considerations. So I just putting up some images for you here. This is in the documentation that is in the legislative record. This just shows you some perspectives from different angles, looking down on the property to give you a sense of scope and size and scale, as well as some architectural elevations to show you how the building sits on the site, as well as an orientation to the surrounding area. So the application review process for this has been extensive. I'm not going to go through every one of these, but I do want to highlight that the applicant did start at staff's recommendation in February 2020 formally with a project consultation. As the council may remember, this is a study session with the planning commission where they had an early opportunity to get feedback from the planning commission, and they heard a variety of comments and concerns from the planning commission at that time. As I mentioned before, they were in talk to staff earlier. However, they did not formally begin the process of working with the city until the early part of 2020. And they went through several iterations of plans. I can tell you the initial concept was much larger than the 41,000 square feet I mentioned. They were at one time up at 116,000 square feet. So over time, working with staff, they had several community meetings outside of any meetings with staff, and they had to require public hearings to solicit community feedback. And as they went through the process, they did modify the project in response to concerns raised by the community, as well as comments and input from city staff. And where we got to in early part of this year is we began to move in earnest into the public hearing process. And prior to that, there was we did 2 renoticings of the environmental documentation. And we did that in part because there was a significant change, even though it was a downsizing of the project scope and intensity. We wanted the public to be aware. So on this list, you'll see that there are several iterations of noticing relating to the environmental documentation. And then as we went out through the public hearing process, and we had several continuances that we went through as we worked with the applicant to refine the proposal in response to concerns or questions that we had identified. And each time we made an effort to notify residents, both in terms of notifications via regular mail to property owners in the surrounding area. And we did extraordinary noticing. We typically, by code, are only required to do 300 feet. We did 1,200 feet. We understood that this was a project of interest to the community, and we wanted to make sure that people in the vicinity had the opportunity to be made aware of the progress. And then we also sent emails to interested parties that had been requested to be notified. At this point, I just want to highlight some of the key issues that you have before you as you consider this. Again, I mentioned earlier the issue of compliance with the general plan. As I stated earlier, places of worship or secondary allowed land uses for the general plan 24. So your general plan does recognize that places of worship could be considered in the connected neighborhood land use designation as a potential use of land with an extraordinary level review, which is a conditional use permit process. And the issue of other uses of the land, the applicant has indicated that they might have interest in having events and activities on the property outside of the physical building spaces. And so working with the applicant, we've identified that in order to do that, they would need to obtain a temporary use permit from the city. And that is a standard practice that with many businesses or organizations in our city who want to hold special events beyond what might be considered the normal operating parameters of their use of the property, they work with the city, and the city goes through a review process involving many different departments to make sure that we're adequately assessing the impacts of the proposed temporary use of the land and making sure that any mitigations that need to be considered and applied are done so. One of the items in the specific plan that staff strongly pushed for, and you will hear some other thoughts from the applicant, I believe, this evening, is the idea of no sound amplification for outdoor activities. And we did this in part because there is residences in close proximity. We do know that noise can travel differently in the desert, it can travel much farther. And we felt that in order to protect the impacts to nearby residents, and in the vein of being a good neighbor, that the appropriate approach on outdoor sound amplification was to not allow. So the current specific plan in front of you says it's not allowed, but the applicant may ask you to think differently about that. We also did recommend, and the applicant did include in the specific plan, the concept of desert-friendly landscaping. And really, in that vein, we held the position that we didn't believe it was appropriate to allow for turf. And this is consistent with the general plan in terms of sustainability, and it's also consistent with our climate action plan we've also adopted. So in this vein, given the size of the campus, the amount of turf that could be introduced into the property, we felt it was better to promote desert-friendly landscaping. And so this specific plan, as in front of you this evening, also has that standard, which I think the applicant will may speak to you about. The existing residential house that I mentioned earlier, that the applicant has indicated they may use that for a house for the pastor that would serve the church. However, at some point they may want to utilize it for other purposes that are not residential in nature, for example, as meeting space. And so we did, working with the city attorney, we did add into the ordinance a requirement that the specific plan be amended to identify that if they do have an interest in using it for something beyond residential purposes, that they go through a conditional use permit process to give the public the opportunity to understand and assess the impact. The house is in close proximity to the Desert Reservoir Estates, and we felt that it was important that through transparency, the public have the opportunity to be made aware of any other uses that residential of that portion of the property. And finally, obviously, a topic of interest to many individuals that are following this project, to the Planning Commission, I'm sure to the City Council, is transportation impacts and mitigations for Avenue 49 and Jefferson Street. And this is a juncture point at which I'm going to turn it over to Mark Greenwood, our consulting transportation engineer. But I'd be remiss if I didn't take 10 seconds to acknowledge that this project was reviewed professionally by a team of city staff. And I want to acknowledge Layla Nambar, our senior planner, who was also the project planner. Layla worked many days, nights, weekends on this project, coordinating the various reviews and interactions with the staff. Juan Reyes, city engineer, provided invaluable guidance and input. Mark Greenwood, who you'll hear from in short order. And also I want to acknowledge City Attorney Roxanne Diaz for her valuable assistance, and also the support and assistance of Assistant City Attorney Zach Heintzelman. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mark Greenwood. He's going to walk you through the traffic engineering and traffic study process, including our review efforts. And then he can also answer any questions you might have. And thank you for the opportunity to provide you with this information.
Good evening. As Kevin said, I'm Mark Greenwood. I'm your consulting transportation engineer. I provide technical support to your staff on traffic and transportation. I've been doing traffic engineering, transportation engineering for over 40 years, mostly in Riverside, San Bernardino counties, for cities in those counties. The vast majority of my work has been for cities. I recently retired from the city down the road a ways. I was their director of public works for quite a few years, and decided to open a small engineering consulting company to provide services to cities in the Coachella Valley. And that's what we do, a very small company. Like I said, assisting your staff. So moving on to the project. It was first presented to me back in February or March of 2020, so over a year ago, with a traffic study scoping agreement. This is the very first part of the traffic study where staff and the consultants team agree on what is to be studied and the procedures to be used. That went through several rounds of back and forth, and we came to agreement, and so the study proceeded. About June or July of 2020, it was accepted as complete, and the study was circulated as part of the environmental document for public review and comment. During that review and comment period, the public did a thorough analysis and thorough review and came up with some very good questions. Some that had honestly had not been addressed in the analysis. And so we asked the consultant team to go back and re-review and address those issues, which they did. We again accepted the study as complete, but there were a couple of questions that continued to come back to us, mostly involving access on Avenue 49. And so city staff took the extraordinary step of hiring a third-party consultant, someone completely independent from the process, and evaluated what would happen if access was allowed or not allowed on Avenue 49, how that might impact other parts of the project. That consultant came to the conclusion that the access on Avenue 49, that traffic throughout the system that might be affected by this project would not be negatively impacted if access was either allowed or not allowed on 49, that both choices were possible. And that pretty much brings us to where we are now. And so my role here tonight is to try to answer any technical questions that you have about the traffic study process. It's possible that if you have technical questions about some of the very finite details of the study, we might refer those to the consultant. With that, I'll conclude.
Thank you very much.
Wrap up there and then over to you. But just wanted to end with the council considerations. I want to mention that your planning commission did hold multiple public hearings on this, continued, and then a final public hearing on April 28th. The planning commission did end up voting 2-2. We did not have our fifth commission member, so we had a total of 4 commission members that they voted 2-2, which is technically a no recommendation to the city council, which is not usual from your planning commission, but in this instance, they voted 2-2, and the primary area of difference between the commissioners was on impacts to Avenue 49. That's contained in the legislative record. You have the meeting minutes. So in this instance, while we normally would be bringing forward a recommendation from your planning commission, tonight we are not bringing a recommendation from your planning commission. And so the council considerations are 3 actions. A resolution number 10214 pertaining to the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring reporting program. Ordinance number 1761 approving the Red Door specific plan, and resolution number 10215 approving tentative parcel map number 37899. Again, these are your council considerations. This is a public hearing, as the mayor noted at the beginning, and staff would recommend that the council continue the public hearing, but we are available to answer any questions the council might have before you invite this public comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before I open the public hearing, I would like to see if council has any questions of staff. Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Kevin, for the report. You said that if we approve it, then it go back to the planning commission, basically. What is the planning commission's authority then, considering we approved it, to give the details of it, because they can't override us, our goals, and what we decided on ourselves, right? I mean, they would have to work within the parameters. Then if the applicant didn't agree with what the planning commission, they had the right to appeal it back to us. I take it.
You are correct, council member. So you and the council this evening, if you make positive action to approve the specific plan, you're establishing the zoning paradigm for this property. Working under that paradigm, then the planning commission would be to review the conditional use permit request and the design review under the currently adopted rules and regulations we have for those, consistent with the specific plan. They, under the rules adopted and approved by the city council, are the final decision maker on conditional use permits and design review applications, unless appealed to the city council, at which time then it would come back to you for potential consideration and action.
Thank you.
Are there any other, are there any other comments by council or questions to staff? Or
I have a question of staff.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Snyder, the aerial that you displayed in this presentation had a red line boundary. From the aerial, it's my understanding that this proposal abuts the residence with the lake in front of it. Is that correct?
Councilmember, really you're talking to the property to the immediate south, the large estate residence with the lake?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so then going back to the site plan, the southernmost project proposal in the specific plan is the roundabout and parking lot, correct?
You're correct.
Okay, so I just want to clear something up, and it's not specific to this applicant's proposal, but you mentioned several times that a place of worship is allowed, a secondary allowed use with a conditional use permit. And I want to make it clear, because this has always been an actual contention point for me, and it was actually a concern when the council gave up the right to review conditional uses, is that conditional use permits are exactly that, conditional use permits. They are not rights. They are not, they do not allow specific uses. They are conditional based on a case by case basis. So I want to make that clear, because the way that you explained it, it was as if worship places were allowed as a secondary use, period. And that's not what the purpose of a conditional use permit is. The second question I have for you has to do with the numerous comments that we received from the inception of this project at looking at alternative circulation patterns on property. Were any of those considerations or concerns expressed to the applicant to modify their plan so that this proposal could be in harmony with the community that expressed concerns?
Thank you, Councilmember. Also, thank you for clarifying my earlier comments in the commissioners. I do appreciate that. Regarding the circulation, I'm going to assume that you are referring specifically to Avenue 49. and the potential impacts to that roadway. And I will make a generalized statement. Any technical statements I will refer to Mr. Greenwood, but throughout our early interactions with the applicant, continuing throughout the engagements when they formally submitted and up to and including the public hearing process before the Planning Commission, we have consistently notified the applicant that the access to Avenue 49 was an issue of concern, that we encouraged them to look at alternate considerations for that, and that we also suggested that they be prepared to respond to the Planning Commission and or City Council about concerns on that access.
Okay, well, that doesn't really answer my question. Usually when the community and a planning commission expresses concern, and I don't want to hear from the traffic engineer, this is not a technical question. You know, the proponent of a project tries to work with the community so that it can be well received. But that's neither here nor we are where we are, and that's something for council to consider. The other point I want to make is that it's a little disheartening that staff and the traffic consultant came to the decision as to the direction of the traffic study without taking into consideration the history of the country estates area, which is dark skies, country roads, rural roads, no sidewalks, strictly one lane each way. And that should have been taken into consideration in the traffic study, but it wasn't. Assumptions were made that did not have all of the history and the previous council vision in consideration. So that's why I'm stating that I don't want to hear from the traffic engineer, because I don't feel that the traffic study took into consideration that area's uniqueness in our city. I want to make it clear, though, that this area has always been intended to be dark skies, rural roads for residential access only, no sidewalks, no curb and gutter, 30-foot height limits, and any deviation from that really is not in keeping with the spirit of the southern portion of our city. So again, I'm expressing my concern over the fact that those weren't taken into consideration when the initial traffic study was done. And I hope that by having this piece of information now, that some kind of consideration can be given to that. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions? I think I would say I do. I would like to continue on with the conversation about Avenue 49. I know there have been conversations about alleviating any direction on Avenue 49. What are the ramifications of just leaving things on Jefferson instead of having an access from Avenue 49?
And I can generally summarize. If the council would like more technical detail, I would invite Mr. Greenwood up. But understanding the concern about Avenue 49 access, we did actually do a third-party analysis of considerations of access off Avenue 49. They range from no access other than a fire emergency access off Avenue 49 to a limited right-in movement only, so no right-out, but right-in only. And in that third-party analysis, it was determined that in both instances, Jefferson Street could accommodate the increased traffic. There would have to be mitigations within the right-of-way of Jefferson Street. We would have to address turn lanes that would have to be lengthened, both north and south, but it would function. And so I'm going to stop trying to play transportation engineer. So if you have technical questions, I will refer to you.
That's fair enough at this point, in this moment for me. I'm going to ask, I see that Mayor Protem has a question.
I have a few questions, but I don't know if we should later. It's the time to start asking questions. I had a question about the existing property, the house. Will the house be permitted to have events on the property? And if so, how would that happen? And what's the proximity from the house on the property to the neighboring community?
So I'll answer your first question, as I stated earlier, the applicant has indicated that they have interest in utilizing the existing residence as a residence for the pastor. However, they've also indicated that at some point in the future, they may want to utilize it for non-residential purposes, such as meeting space or a small event space. In that instance, the ordinance that's before you this evening does contain a condition of approval or a recommendation or requirement, excuse me, you're not my words here, a requirement to modify the specific plan to require a conditional use permit process before the planning commission if they do seek to utilize that space for non-residential purposes. So again, the meeting space or small event space.
So to clarify that, at this point, they're not seeking that, but if they show the pass, they could go to planning commission after that to seek that.
You said it very well.
And then to piggyback off that, I read that, I mean, and I'm sorry, because I mean, we got 80 pages staff report, another 70 of residents who are concerned about this. So it's a lot of reading to do. We'll try to do our best and also do our best to represent our constituents. And but it's also said that there's no amplified sound on the property for events. But this would also change that for the structure, just for the house.
So I think earlier you asked the distance from the house to the nearby property lines of the Desert River Stream houses, and I believe it is about 100 feet according to Senior Planner Nambar. 150, my apologies, 150 feet. And the specific plan as currently written and presented to you this evening has a operational standard of no sound amplification for outdoor utilization of space. So basically, if they're going to do something outside, they should not have amplified sound. That doesn't mean that they can't have the events outside. It just means that they would not amplify through use of speakers or other amplification equipment that would carry music or other sounds. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I think the applicant will speak to you this evening about that requirement and perhaps seek some alternate consideration. But as it stands at this moment, that is the requirement in the specific plan.
Okay, and from the infrastructure standpoint, can we talk about water and sewer access to this property?
We can. What would you, is there?
How are we getting water and sewer?
Okay, so a specific plan, one of the requirements for a specific plan is that they analyze the provision of infrastructure. So the specific plan does analyze the provision of infrastructure. So there is sewer access, sewer services provided by Coachella Valley Water District. I know it sounds odd to say Coachella Valley Water District, but in some instances they do provide sewer service as well. And they do have a current sewer line south of this area down on Avenue 50. So the applicant would have to work with Coachella Valley Water District and the city to extend sewer service to the property. Indio Water Authority is the water service provider, and there is water service in the immediate area. Again, similar to what I just said, they would have to work with Indio Water Authority to extend water service to the property. And then all other utilities of the other utility providers, electrical, gas, again, there are services available in the area. They will have to work with each of those providers through their processes to extend utility services to the property.
Okay, I have one more question, and then the other question for the applicant. Can we go to the slide with the phases of the development? So I know I did read that there will be no schools allowed, but I see on here children building. But maybe this is for the applicant to answer. What all the phase two? Would this building be? There's a youth building and a children building, but it says no classroom. So maybe it's for the applicant.
I can make an initial attempt, and the applicant may want to clarify when it's the time to speak. But in their earlier iterations of the project, they did have classroom space identified, but in response to community concerns and questions from staff, they ultimately chose to remove the classroom space and not operate it as formal classroom space. However, they do have youth activities that they plan to conduct. And so this would be space for the youth activities, but it would not be formal classroom space, is my understanding. And I believe the applicant can clarify with further detail, but that is our understanding of staff. Ms. Nambar actually worked quite diligently with the applicant to make sure that this was clear based on the concerns of the community as well as our concerns about that use.
Like an indoor gymnasium or transformative space.
Correct.
So I think this is probably a really good time. Thank you, Mr. Snyder, to open the public hearing and bring the applicant to board. Public hearing is open, and may we have those who are representing the Church of the Red Door, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Holmes, council members Miller, Furman, Ortiz, and Amith. My name is Chris Herman. Some of you may recognize me as a landscape architect who works for the city on numerous projects, some of which you guys spoke about earlier. CB Link being one, and Miles Avenue Park, and more recently, the Indio Sports Complex. But today my role is as an elder of our church and as chairman of our property development team. And we'd like to just give you a brief overview of our church and the process a little bit. I'm going to answer some of those questions that Councilwoman Amith had presented. But I'd like to first introduce our senior pastor and the founder of our church, Jeff Cranford, who will give you a little bit more of the heart of who we are and what we're about. And he will then turn it back to me, and I'll continue with some brief questions and answers. We will also have our architect give you about a 2 or 3 minute video presentation to kind of expand upon what staff's presented. They did a fantastic job and eliminated a lot of the detail that I thought I would have to get into, but I will address specifically the changes that we've made over the last year and a half. So without any further ado, here's Jeffrey Cranford, our leader.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Honorable Mayor Holmes, City Council members. Thank you for all your service to not only Indio, but to this valley at large. I'm going to keep this under 5 minutes. My congregants are questioning that, but I assure you that's the case. Again, as Chris alluded to, my name is Jeffrey Cranford. I'm senior pastor at Church of the Red Door. I've lived here in the Coachella Valley for almost 35 years now, and started my life here in Indio at the inimitable Smoke Tree Apartments. I came out to work for Landmark Land Company after graduating from Rice University. I think we're somewhat all indebted to the Vossler Walser connection for their devotion to the desert we live in. And in fact, I believe Judy Vossler is on this call this evening, and she is part of Church of the Red Door. The origins of this faith family go back about 20 years of ministry being done in and around golf facilities in the desert. Why, you might ask? Those who've actually been most affected by the gospel, at least within our sphere, were connected through golf. Seems kind of natural given the makeup of much of our valley. I had served as a golf professional for both Landmark and also the Vintage Club in Indian Wells, and actually was profoundly impacted by a church in a residential area on Monterey Avenue, and will be forever grateful for that. We finally decided to start gathering about 5 years ago, and actually began a property search that would, best position us for the future growth within this valley. And we believe that this location is perfect to serve the community we feel most called to engage. Clearly, our vision goes well beyond those early connections to now support a much more diverse demographic. For the last 2 years, we've sought to engage potential neighbors, address their concerns. As was alluded to, our original footprint has been drastically reduced. And as Chris Herman will discuss, many other concerns have been confronted and we believe dealt with effectively by both our staff and team of consultants. Look, our sole passion and calling is to serve this community. We're clearly not a for-profit entity. Our purpose for existence is to serve and care for our neighbors. We're not an outside investment firm or a conglomerate. We are this community. CRD includes Indio residents as well as other desert city residents. But growth will be more localized, I think, as we go forward. My mantra at Church at the Red Door from the very beginning has been that Church at the Red Door will never just be a church providing religious services for religious people. We're entrusted with being life and love in our communities, regardless of their current faith status. As I thought about this, council, it seemed to me to be a self-defeating proposition to alienate our neighbors and become in any way a nuisance. We're committed to respecting and caring for those who are in close proximity to this future site. I think as you're able to see the proposed architectural layout, this becomes clear. And in fact, we haven't even met for the last 15 months in deference to our neighbors during this pandemic. Again, I don't disparage other churches who have chosen to meet, but it was at our heart to care for our neighbors by not doing that at, to be honest with you, great sacrifice to our church. I just want you to know, as those entrusted to ensure the well-being of your residents, we are truly passionate about serving this community. We're dedicated to making Indio a better place for everybody by our commitment to off-site efforts already, like the Narrow Door, the Coachella Valley Rescue Mission, and even Valleywide, Mama's House, and others. Our congregants not only serve these ministries by mentoring and teaching and training and feeding those in need right where they are, but I think they extend their leadership skills by serving in board roles and giving liberally. And even as a young church, we've given substantially to these efforts as well, and will continue to do so in the future. I think it's our God-given task, quite frankly, and we believe this is an often overlooked blessing to any city, the church being the church. We also want to be there for our community in other very direct ways. Our hope is to serve families, fostering healthy marriages, help with raising children through training and counseling, come alongside people as they deal with end-of-life issues, something that's very significant for our valley as a whole, a lot of retirees. Help those dealing with addiction issues by addressing maybe even more deep philosophical issues about meaning and purpose. I think this should be the normal activity of any healthy church. We hope to be that church and believe we are. Now, obviously, we realize there are some who may feel that for a brief few moments on the weekend, normal traffic patterns are slightly affected. It's our hope that the council recognizes that any potentially brief inconvenience to our neighbors is mitigated by all the life and love our community is dedicated to displaying in places we're called to go. We believe we have the opportunity to help this community flourish. We feel location is significant to carry out our vision. Becoming part of the fabric of the community is radically important to us. I think part of a lot of the churches now being kind of relegated to the outskirts, going to industrial parkways and things. It's easier, it's cheaper. Trust me, it's cheaper. This has been for a new church to even engage in a thought experiment to come to a place like this at the expense that it will be. Location is important to us, as should be obvious. And I'll simply close with this. I think our hearts could probably best be summed up in an admonition actually given to the prophet Jeremiah some 2,600 years ago. He told Jeremiah to communicate this simple equation: seek peace and well-being for the city where I have sent you. Pray to the Lord on its behalf, for in its well-being you will have peace. That, folks, that's our heart, council, that's our passion. We really do look forward to the future, and thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Jeff. It's amazing. It amazes me to see how God's moving in the Coachella Valley in many ways. I mean, we look at the council agenda today and what Destiny Church is doing and what we're trying to do, Church at the Red Door. There are naysayers, council members that have written a letter that call us religious business. And I can't tell you, except from my own experience, there's nothing more less true than that. Jeff's actually mentioned this to me in the past, and we've adopted this philosophy. Religion is kind of man's attempt to reach God, but Jesus was God's attempt to reach man. And we love that analogy because it's the way in which we can learn to have eternal relationships, not just these relationships. So having said that, I want to just briefly kind of highlight some of the timeline we went over earlier, and that was that we started before even opening escrow back almost a year and a half ago now, February of 2020. Actually, this property search started 3 years ago, and we kept coming back to it, but it wasn't until about a year and a half ago that we met with staff in February and went through the initial concepts to answer the questions of how we responded to the community's concerns and staff's concerns early on. From the very first meeting, our very first site plan had the building off of Jefferson, further back towards the the neighboring properties, and staff mentioned they didn't like to see that. They would like to see less parking in front of a building. So we moved the building in our first study up to the corner and put the parking behind the building to create as much separation as we could. Staff mentioned the workshops we did. We held 2 live workshops at Trilogy and 1 Zoom workshop. This specific plan was submitted in May of 2020, so we've been at this for over a year now. That was mentioned earlier. But here are the community concerns. The community concerns were about scale and impact, traffic, and there were some specific land uses we had in the very first specific plan submittal that we removed. And I'm going to just hit those and then I'll go on further. We removed the day school. So Councilman Furman, there is no day school. And the answer that staff gave is those are buildings that will take place that'll be used on Sundays for youth. There's no daycare, there's no day school. That was removed. We removed the outdoor amphitheater. We revised our allowed temporary uses, and we provided additional prohibited uses like the distribution of food other than a natural man-made disaster. The extensive amount of traffic studies and then the traffic improvements that we proposed have been proved up that the site works. And the overall project size, the biggest change was we came in with 112,000 square feet, like most developers, trying to maximize whatever we could do with the property that we were buying, and reduced it by over half to 41,236 square feet. When we're complete, over 90% of the site is undeveloped. I don't think there's another use that could claim that and have less of an impact on traffic or the neighbors. Our phase 1 will have 580 seats, and our phase 2 will add about 408 more. So we'll have a 958 seat building. Again, we've loved our relationship with staff. They've worked diligently. They've guided us. We've gone through several different revisions. November of 2020, November 11th, 2020, we resubmitted the plan. We had several more meetings. We went to staff. We thought we had a February 10th Planning Commission, but they advised there's a few more things you need to do to make sure that we get this through Planning Commission. And so here are the other changes that we made. We modified more of our temporary uses. We developed an operational plan. That operational plan actually addresses parking. It addresses traffic control. We created a matrix so it's easy to understand what the allowed and prohibited uses are. And we clarified our setbacks. We actually moved our setbacks off of Desert River further with the parking areas. And the access drive to the house has been combined with the access drive into our property on 49th. Our cross was a big concern. When we first proposed the cross, the architects had a 75-foot emblem art piece, we call it. It's kind of it's definitely was too tall. It was too tall. We reduced that to 35 feet, and that's currently what you're going to see in the rendering and the 3D videos you'll see. I mentioned we moved parking adjacent to residences. We clarified time extension and expirations of the project, and we modified our architectural elevations to make it more decorative and to make it more interesting. So I'll now turn this over to our architect, Dave Keitel, who's with Domus Studio. Domus Studio has done over 250 religious institutions, churches. They are the best game in town, and he's going to go through this video.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is David Keitel. I'm with Domus Studio Architects in San Diego. As Chris said, we have done over 250 churches all over Southern California and beyond. That's a bit of our expertise, and dealt with many of the issues that are in conversation this evening. Tonight, we have a video for you that shows the design of walking down or driving down Jefferson. This is from the corner moving south. You'll see the cross, which Chris referenced at 35 feet. The building is primarily stucco, and then there's perforated Corten steel used for shading devices. The building is very open and transparent, which reflects what the church hopes to have for its mission, and welcomes the community in a transparent way. The majority of the building is set back 62 feet from Jefferson Avenue. The majority of the building is 14 feet high. The CMU block portions in the middle are 20 feet high, and then the sanctuary is 31 feet high. At the end, there's roundabouts at both ends that allows parking to orbit within the church parking lot, so they don't have to go back onto the city street. And at the end, you see the youth areas that are will be used on Sundays, youth outdoor area, and then Sunday school. As some of you are probably more familiar with that term as Sunday school. There's an auroral between the parking lot and the church itself that bridges over. There's a fountain in the front, reflecting pool, and then a large outdoor shaded area underneath the structure that serves for a gathering area outside. And as we swing back around, there's a enclosure end of the building that houses mechanical and disguises mechanical from the street, and a view back from the corner of Jefferson. That's all.
That's great, David. Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that we have our traffic consultant here to answer questions. And I also wanted to highlight again, after we made our changes to the traffic improvements, I want to make council aware of what exactly is happening. There's a left turn pocket in the Jefferson median south of Avenue 49. There's a longer right turn lane pocket into the project on Jefferson than was in the original plan going north. We relocated the Jefferson entry to the north to accommodate that longer turn pocket. And we are widening Avenue 49 to provide a right turn lane into the project as well. And I think I mentioned the left turn pocket on the Jefferson median going south, making a left turn, is being lengthened for additional queuing. We will, and we understand there's concern from Rincon about shortcutting through that neighborhood. That is something we will manage. I don't understand why anyone would want to do that. The traffic works the way we've designed it. So I would just like to close just to say that given all we've outlined here, and we believe that the specific plan is solid, we've been patient, consistently responding to the community and staff and the consultants that are involved. We compromise in many areas to be sensitive to our neighbors. And we believe, like your staff is recommending approval, we've developed a specific plan that this council should approve. And I need to thank you all for your service to the community. It's amazing what you do. And we're here to answer your questions. I think that if we need to answer some traffic concerns, I'd like George to speak, but when you're ready, I'll let it go from there.
Okay, thank you very much. And on that note, I'd like to turn it over to my counsel for any questions that they may have of the applicant. Does anyone on council wish to speak?
I do.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Herman, I noticed in the 3D video, the building that the architectural art piece, as you refer to it as, how tall is that building? I know the art piece is 35 feet, but how tall is the building from which it protrudes?
I'll let David answer that.
31 feet.
31, so 4 feet above that is, because it looks lower than the building behind it. And I thought you said the building behind it was 31 feet.
No, the tallest portion is the sanctuary, 31 feet. The majority of the building is 14 feet tall. And then there's two CMU block units that are 20 feet tall, which have mechanical wells in them to hide the mechanical.
So at the very, very north part of the building, it looks like a patio. Is that the sanctuary, or is it a patio like that the architectural feature protrudes from?
There's a back of house. Yeah, I can screen share again.
I'm asking how tall is that part of the building?
This portion right here is 14 feet tall.
Oh, okay. So that gives is 31. Okay, so that gives me a better perspective. And then the other question I have, I don't recall reading what phase the perimeter landscape and the parking lot are. Are those all required as part of phase 1?
We have the perimeter landscaping will all be done in phase 1, yes. The parking has expansion parking that is not required at all for any of the phases, but at phase 4, when the sanctuary goes to a larger capacity, the parking could expand if needed.
So how much of the parking will be in phase 1? How much will be developed? Will there still be sand in the undeveloped portions, dirt?
There's 236 parking stalls, and Chris could talk about the planting.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the parking. How much of the parking lot is going to be done in phase 1?
232 stalls, right?
236.
Yeah, but how many feet is that off the northern corner?
If we could look at the site plan, we can show you the phase 1 parking.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And to answer your question, we would be doing some sort of soil stabilization. It probably a non-irrigated native seed mix to conform to AQMD and keep the erosion control down. I'd like to also speak, while he's bringing up that, to 2 points that staff made regarding the conditions of approval. There's only 2 things we're asking for, and that is to keep our ability to have outdoor amplification in some form or manner. As the plan is written, we have to request that and be held to the same standard as anyone else would in that regard. And the same thing as it relates to turf grass for your site. There's an applicable amount of water use allowed for every project based on the Assembly Bill 1884 and the City India Water Agency. We have to do water budget calculations, and we just want to adopt those same regulations that are required on all projects in the city and conform to those and not be held to a higher standard. So to request us to not have any turf grass, we think is asking us to do more than what's being asked of others. And those are the 2. So here's the picture of parking, phase 1.
Phase 1 parking, correct. It has the loop that goes through and through to Avenue 49. And then the dashed area is the phase 2 optional parking.
This also represents, we have a phase 1 landscape plan, but you can see the landscape development will take place all around the parking lot to meet the shading requirement, and all of the parkways along 49th and Jefferson will be landscaped.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to jump in and ask a question just to clarify. So as you go through, obviously, as you go through phases, which are really driven by finances, the entire property, however, say after phase 1 is built, will be maintained, landscaped in some form or fashion. Is that what I heard?
Yes, the frontage of Jefferson, I believe in our phase 1 landscape plan, is all going to be landscaped, and we'll have soil coverage there with decomposed granite to keep the, which is basically the standard practice today. And then on the areas that we grade or rough grade that aren't, we're required to stabilize. So we have to stabilize that soil.
That would be my concern for the areas, surrounding it as you go through the phases. Okay. Does council have any other questions, please, Mayor Pro Tem?
Expanding on that, on the frontage, is there any plan to modify the frontage on Avenue 49?
Yes, we have a right turn lane being added to Avenue 49 to allow for the traffic to queue when it goes into our driveway from the left turns and the right turns.
Can we go back to that slide? Do we have that available? Of the map where we're showing Avenue 49. You said there's going to be another lane added?
Yeah, a right turn pocket's being added on 49 on the south side.
Yeah, let me bring that up. These are the improvements to the roadways surrounding the property. So on Avenue 49, we have a 150-foot right-hand turn, which is a right-hand turn lane in, and then 120 feet of stacking distance when you go westbound.
I think it's important to note too on that Avenue 49 that there is a striped area for staging vehicles, which it functions for accommodating traffic at the entrance and for the intersection.
And Chris, if I may, this is George. Good evening, everyone. So just to clarify, the operation of the driveway proposed on Avenue 49, what we've done there is we always have to look at the functionality of that roadway. The functionality of that roadway right now is a two-lane collector. What I mean by that is you have the through lanes, east and west, and you have a two-way center lane in the middle, which will operate as a refuge area specifically for turning movements. So if you have a vehicle that's heading westbound on Avenue 49 and the destination is the church, they're gonna pull into that refuge area and they're gonna have that time to be able to move safely into the driveway in case other vehicles are proceeding east on Avenue 49. So the roadway is set up to accommodate these type of full access points. And that's always been the advantage of a property that is on a corner lot, because the operation of the intersection and driveways will improve, when you have that facilitated, traffic coming in and out. If you're bounded east, instead of making, in the case, if you want to eliminate the Avenue 49 driveway accessibility, you have to make a right on Jefferson Street, then you're gonna make a right on Avenue 49 and you're gonna head east. So you're going through the intersection, which create delays for the driveway and for the intersection, especially when we're dealing with an arterial with the 6 lanes. As you know, it's a high demand usually on the 6 lanes. So accessibility is always safer to be able to utilize a minor street, which is in this case, the 2-lane collector, Avenue 49. And specifically, I just want to mention for the council that the operation of Avenue 49 is at a NA level of service, acceptable, like high level of service. There's a lot of capacity over there, simply because the peak operation of this land use happens at the lowest demand on these roadways on a Sunday morning, compared to any land use that can be built at that location, which could overlap the peaks of the surrounding land uses. For example, residential. If you're gonna have a multifamily, high density residential, it's gonna overlap with everybody heading out to work and coming back to home. They're gonna match that. So I just wanted to kind of clarify just a high level, and I'll be available to answer any additional questions. Thank you. That concludes my answer.
So in conclusion of that, it will go from 2 lanes to approximately 4 in that area?
It stays as a 2-lane. This is auxiliary lane just to make sure that any vehicles trying to turn into the driveway wouldn't impede the through traffic. They'll be out of the way. So it is a kind of like an auxiliary lane to facilitate turning movements at those driveways.
Okay. And also, were there any consideration or are there options to keep all entry and exit routes on Jefferson?
On Jefferson, go ahead.
Well, George, you did your own study on that particular issue.
Absolutely. So we looked at that alternative, council member, and the only thing that we think about, I'm just gonna give you a quick scenario here. Like I said, if you're bounded to the church from the east side and you're heading west on Avenue 49, now you gotta, instead of making a simple left turn into the driveway, which set up to do so with the refuge area, you have to proceed to the intersection. You have to wait for the light. You gotta make a left and proceed down to the left turn pocket that was created by this project. And you gotta wait for that gap in traffic crossing 3 lanes in order to come in. That's what's gonna happen at the end of the day. And in the big picture, we can't look at this in isolation. We have to look at it from a holistic approach. So once we have all these parking, you're gonna end up with one egress point, for the entire project. In case of an emergency, what's gonna happen? Everybody has to funnel through the Jefferson Street. Instead of having an emergency evacuation or whatever situation that come up, nobody knows. This is the reason why on a corner lot, it will facilitate and improve the operation of traffic both on driveways and fronting intersections. So I just wanted to mention that just to make sure that, and with the elimination of that movement, left turn movement on Avenue 49, that will deteriorate the level of service at the driveway along Jefferson Street. Because now you're pushing everybody to go through that point of access.
Mayor,
Yes.
Yes.
I have the same question, but I would prefer that it come from our staff, the response.
Exactly, because I have a couple of questions along that and Avenue 49 and a fire lane and so on and so forth. So Mr. Snyder has just walked up to please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to give you the non-technical description, and with all due respect to George. So the applicant has proposed what we call a full movement driveway. That means that off of Avenue 49, you can turn it right, you can turn out right, and you can turn left. So right in, which will go into the site, right out, which will go east on Avenue 49, and you can also turn left to go west on Avenue 49 to connect with Jefferson. That's the applicant's proposal. Okay, so this is a consideration for council. As I mentioned earlier, a specific plan includes infrastructure, and as part of your consideration of the specific plan, you can address the provision of infrastructure, including access into the site from the public right of way. So, and alternate considerations for the council include no access off of Avenue 49, except for fire emergency access. So there will be a fire emergency access that could also be utilized if needed for other emergency needs. And what you typically call a limited right-in. So a right-in only. You would be able to turn right into the site, but you would not be able to exit out of the site onto Avenue 49. You would have to go out through the site to Jefferson Street and exit via Jefferson Street, which would be, because there's a median in Jefferson Street, you have to turn right. You would have to go up to Avenue 48. You would U-turn if you wanted to head south. Is that helpful?
I think it certainly is to me, and understanding that because I think one of the clarifications that he said is that everybody would have to come out, but there would be fire emergency access on 49, which is,
yeah,
but not necessarily the sort of right turn ingress into the property and parking lot. So I appreciate the clarification.
And if I could just add, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, we did have a third party analyze the no movement into the site from Avenue 49 and the right-in only, and it did demonstrate that Jefferson Street could function with some mitigations to that, but it would function. So I just want to remind the council of my earlier statement. So Jefferson Street can handle the traffic if this is what council ultimately desires for Avenue 49 access, either no access or right-in only.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any questions or any additional? So I do, and then I will turn it over. I mean, what I keep hearing is there will be a brief inconvenience and Sunday only. So that means you're not going to have special events or weddings or anything like that, because I see with your church, it's a natural course of action to have functions and events. So it's not going to be 1 hour on Sunday that the traffic issues are going to occur. It's as your church grows, as it should, there will be events, there will be weddings, there will be different things there in a celebratory manner that will go well beyond Sundays. Hence my concern about the proposal for Avenue 49. I'm going to ask council, are there any other questions for the applicant at this point?
Not for the applicant, but I do have some more comments.
If you'll allow Councilmember Ortiz, and then we'll go back to staff.
I just missed one detail on the Avenue 49 left in. How would that work?
Apologies, Councilmember. I think I failed to mention there would be a left turning movement as well from Avenue 49 heading west. You'd be able to turn left into the site. So this is, again, this is the full, what we call full movement with no access restrictions. And then what the examples I gave of the other alternatives would be access restrictions, either the most extreme being no access to a right in.
So when we're doing the left lane, it's a 2-lane road, right? So if somebody's waiting to go in, then the traffic would back up there.
I'm gonna bring Mr. Greenwood up and ask him to explain it a little bit more detail. Jim just gave, I think, go ahead, please.
This portion of Avenue 49 has a center 2-wheeler turn lane. That 2-wheeler turn lane drops about, say, 300 feet to the east of the site, but that 2-wheeler turn lane would serve this site. Okay.
Okay, I think at this point, and Councilmember Amit, if you can hang in there with me, I would like to take the public hearing comments at this time, and then we can close the public hearing and circle back around and ask questions of staff. City Clerk, the public comments, I assume there are some?
Yes, Mayor, we can start with Susan Bannister.
Okay.
Susan, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident in Desert River Estates. I live at 80207 Tigris, and I'm here to speak against the church at the Red Door Project and to respectfully request on behalf of the thousands of residents who live along this corridor between Jefferson and Monroe on 49th that you reject this project. With the exception of the noise study, the current studies for the church project have really not addressed in much detail the social and cultural effects on the surrounding communities. First, I think as you heard, this project really does not fit within a general plan for connected neighborhood where the primary use is intended to be residential. I can't help but wonder out loud, wouldn't it be nice, for example, to have residential senior housing on the corner of 49th and Jefferson? It would certainly contribute to a stable and quiet environment for the residents, as opposed to detracting from it. Seniors can walk very easily to retail areas. But as you heard, the church is going to be a dynamic entity, including auxiliary buildings that support businesses and functions of the church. It has 4 phases. It's going to take at least 6 years to complete. And the specific plan it already identifies numerous uses of the property beyond the Sunday services. There are 2 churches, community churches already within walking distance of Jefferson, and they fit very nicely into our community. But the Church at the Red Door is a global church. It aspires to have 2,000 members, most of whom are not Indio residents. The specific plan, as you know, requires a permit for outdoor uses for over 100 people. I think a reasonable person can expect that a church of this size will have functions that exceed that number. You've seen the open design of the church. And so I think we have to believe that even with no noise amplification, there will be a lot of noise emanating from the church. Even at 45,000 square feet of business uses and a 958 seat sanctuary, the church is just too large and too intense for this corner. And I haven't heard anyone mention that the traffic mitigation plan it includes having vehicles stack on Avenue 49th from Hurth to Jefferson. Difficult to exit and enter all the communities along, but more importantly, I think it just is a further way of proving that the corner really, really can't accommodate it. And if any of you have ever sat in the traffic backups that occur on 49th and Jefferson, I wonder where it is assessed that there's excess capacity. Look, I think that this project could be a lovely addition to Indio, but it's just not right for the corner. And I do have to wonder, if the church is so interested in our community in Indio, why not locate the church closer to where
your time is, excuse me, right, correct. Thank you, City Attorney. Everyone is allowed 3 minutes. Just as a quick reminder, the public hearing process allows and public comment process allows for 3 minutes. Go ahead, next person, please.
Mayor, next we have Morgan Benson.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Indio. I'm a small business owner. I'm a member of the homeowner association in my community. I'm also the pleasure of serving on the City of Indio Sustainability Commission, and I'm here to speak against this development. I ask that the members of the council ask themselves, what does this project bring to the city? Does it bring extra tax dollars? I commend the council for approving the low-income housing project that they did today. We definitely need more housing, in particular more low-income housing in our city. And something like this that is a tax-exempt entity, I think does not help our city build itself up to be the best city that it can possibly be. And I also question the parishioners of this facility spending dollars in the city, especially at the location where it's at. The previous speaker talked about how this is a connected neighborhood, and I think that's a very good point, in that this type of project is more of a district type development, not a neighborhood type development, as per figure 3.4 of the general plan 2040. And also point out that in that general plan, the council is stipulated to infill first and promote development in downtown area, midtown area, Jackson Avenue 42 areas. And I'd like to also add the 111 corridor that's mixed use, that a project like this with its volume of cars going in and out on multiple days, as was pointed out by Madam Mayor, that 111 and Avenue 42 and areas in Jackson are far better situated to deal with this. Anybody who's been to any type of event that has hundreds of cars, hundreds of event goers, there's always backup. There's always more problems with traffic than anyone anticipates. And Jefferson is a very fast street. People now speed along it, and people going into Ralph's at Citrus Plaza make illegal U-turns. So this would just increase the possibility of an accident, as well as, people walking across the street. So I highly recommend that the council deny this application and suggest that, if you're going to be doing rezoning, to take a look at the downtown area, the midtown area, Jackson, and especially maybe Avenue 42. It's a little more freeway close and could be better suited for a facility like this. Thank you.
Next speaker is Doug Hommett, followed by Liz Stankis. Doug, you can start speaking now.
Yeah, I was just saying, why don't we go to the next speaker?
Say something.
Hello, are you there?
Thank you, Doug. You have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry about that. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. We've talked a lot about traffic congestion during short periods of time tonight, and I believe that people will detour through the Rincon community. We tested it out, and it's a very easy detour to take, and I think people oftentimes make strange decisions, and I think they will opt for that very quickly coming out of the church. Second point I want to make regarding the downsizing of the church from the original design, which included 112,000 square feet, and modifying that down to 41,000 feet, that's a 64% reduction. And I think that the original plan the church came up with, that's probably what they're going to need for their operations downstream. And it wouldn't surprise me after the initial 40,000 feet are built, if continued expansion happened after the fact, and that would put further significant stress on traffic that is not even being anticipated now. The final area I want to talk about is with regard to utility services, specifically the sewers. And the way it's presented on page 9 of the environmental assessment report is perfect. So I'm going to read from that. According to the proposed that version of the specific plan, the project site could not be connected to existing utility networks. However, the applicant did not provide a simple engineering calculation with regard to the utility capacities. For example, at the time of submittal, the project was supposed to connect to the sewer main that serves Desert River Estates residential community located east of the subject site. But later, the community refused to provide the sewer connection to the applicant, and they decided to provide sewer by connecting to a main on Avenue 50, which is about a quarter mile to the south of the southern boundary of the subject site. The applicant has not provided the detail necessary for staff to determine whether the project can connect to the necessary utilities and whether those utilities have capacity to serve a project of this size. Following that is supposed to be how the applicant has addressed that, and there's no answer whatsoever. So I think this is a completely open issue which has not been resolved. I thank the City Council for representing the interests of the City of Indio, and I encourage the council to turn down this project, and I appreciate the time to speak.
Next speaker, Liz, you may begin. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I am a wife and a mother and a City of Indio resident as well. I live just a block north of the proposed project in the bridge at Jefferson. And I'm hoping to appeal to the hearts, and I don't have the stats or the data. I'm just a mom speaking here and hopefully representing a community of young families in favor of this project of a proposed church. I feel like Indio needs more spaces like this versus the influence of just festivals and income providing opportunities. I would like it if we could be within walking distance of a space that's positive for children and for this community. I've been part of some of these community reach outs, and it sounds like the church has addressed a lot of the concerns, and I'm hearing traffic quite a bit, and it's my understanding yes, there might be some midday activities, the primary traffic is going to be it's 1 day a week. And as far as the sound, I just don't see that being, I hear my neighbors in Rincon having parties, and I mean, it's just part of living. And I really just don't see this being a major issue. And the Avenue 49 is beautiful. I think the church has done quite a bit of work to try to mediate some of the traffic concerns. But again, I just, as a community member, I see that space being used for something positive. And if I may speak for all the moms out there who right now might not be able to get on this call because my husband's taking care of my kids right now and putting them to bed. So they might not just be able to speak on behalf. And they actually might want to see something like a church there versus more senior housing or more housing that they can't afford. So I'm in favor of this project, and I'm hoping to appeal to some of the hearts out there and the families, the young families. Thank you.
Next speaker, Becky Smith.
Good evening, Mayor Holmes, council members and staff. My name is Becky Smith. My husband and I live on Avenue 49, about 1/2 mile east of the proposed church site. When we purchased our property in 1989, it was in the county of Riverside. We worked with the City of Indio to annex Avenue 49 and the surrounding area to the city and create the Country Estates Zone. I served on the Indio Planning Commission, the Arts Commission, and other committees for the city. We have always been concerned about what would be built on the corner of Avenue 49 and Jefferson. We realized that large lots and single family homes like Desert River were highly unlikely to be built along Jefferson. We feared the property would be developed with a strip mall or shopping center with retail stores and restaurants, similar to Citrus Plaza at Jefferson and Avenue 50. The city adopted its new general plan last year. The property at Avenue 49 in Jefferson was given a new land use designation of connected neighborhood. The zoning around this area and along Avenue 49 was originally CE1, meaning 1 acre lots. Then the designation of CE 1/2 acre was added, and then even projects with 1/3 acre lots were allowed. I would like to address some issues that have come up during the planning stages of this church project over the last 2 years, while they have been working with the city. Many statements during public hearings and afterwards have been made that are inaccurate as to what the church plans to do on this site. We hope that you will see through these erroneous statements, and if you have any questions, that you will ask the applicant, Church at the Red Door, for the true facts. Zoning, the connected neighborhood designation under the new general plan for the corner of Avenue 49 and Jefferson would allow 20 multifamily units to the acre. This designation would allow 260 units in a multi-story apartment building. This would be a very intense use for the area and would have people entering and exiting the property 24/7. At 2 cars per unit, that would be 520 cars. In contrast, the church traffic is primarily on Sunday morning. There are no school children, as there is no school on this site. This is a place of worship, not an event center, contrary to what you may have been told by those who are not familiar with the actual plans. Another note on the density of the project. There is a high likelihood that many of these apartments could be used as short-term rentals, and many of us on Avenue 49 know what that means. A lot more traffic, a lot more noise, and many parties that already plague the area. I ask that you vote in favor of Church for the Red Door. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is Rick Wild, and followed by Rudy Herrera.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi, thank you for letting me speak, and thank you, council, and thank you, Red Door members. First off, in all due respect to those that are in favor, there were some flaws in their comments that I will touch on in a minute. But first off, I just want to make a few general comments, and all due respect to George and Chris. And I think Chris's exact comments were that traffic would adhere to the plan. Now, I personally, equate, or I feel that traffic planners are akin to weather reporters. And we all know that weather reporters with models, statistics, analytics, and data cannot control Mother Nature, just like traffic planners cannot control human nature. And what is going to happen, and anybody who has lived through 3 weeks of Coachella and Stagecoach know that human behavior is going to make poor decisions when they're stuck in traffic. And that's going to happen on 49th, that's going to happen on Jefferson, and it's going to put residents and fellow drivers at risk. This is a huge safety risk to the community. And although they think it's going to be 1 day a week, we know it's not, as was pointed out earlier. It's going to be several days a week. And me personally, as a resident of Indio who goes on walks Sunday morning with my family, the last thing I want is to be at risk as I'm walking down 49th Street with my family Sunday morning and seeing lines and lines of traffic backed up and then people making poor decisions. That's my first comment. Second is, as I think Doug called out earlier, a question to the council. What is the city of Indio benefiting from this project? We are receiving zero tax dollars for our infrastructure, for our parks, our communities, our schools. As Liz pointed out, and although I make decisions based on my mind over my heart, as Liz pointed out, we would love to see more space used for families. This is not that space. This is not going to give tax dollars back to our community, back to our infrastructure, and back to our schools and parks. And I strongly encourage the council to vote no on this project. And I look forward to enjoying my next 10, 20, 30 years as an Indio resident with something that gives back to our community in that space. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, Mr. Herrera, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, council members and Elaine Holmes, Mayor Elaine Holmes. My name is Rudy Herrera. I just wanted to address a few items regarding some technical aspects of this. The church has worked very tenaciously with CBWD on connection points, and the sewer capacity on Avenue 50 is well within its capacity to take on the little impact the church is going to have on the sewer. So, I just wanted to touch on that. IID will serve letters that there is capacity, and as well as India Water Authority. So in terms of strain on the infrastructure, there is going to be very little strain. I've heard comments of, the church isn't going to bring tax dollars and revenue to the city. Well, if this was to be developed as apartments, the city, it would be a huge impact on the parks, the police, the fire, with just property taxes. And I think council knows that, unfortunately, I'm a residential developer, there's no secret there, that residential is a loser. So I don't think the church will be a significantly less impact on all the city infrastructure. So, and I didn't get the mom's name, but I really appreciate what she said, that, walkability for her children to go to a facility like this would be an amazing, thing. So I really believe that this church is going to have, there's traffic issues. Yes, one day a week. There could possibly be more traffic other times, but the reality is it's primarily one day a week. And like Mrs. Smith said, if there was to be apartments, there could be short-term rental issues. There could be 24/7 traffic issues. So I think that the church is a great fit for this site. So all I can ask is graciously ask the council to support this project, because I think it'll be a huge benefit for Indio. Maybe not economically, but in just as a venue for the city of Indio, for the residents.
Okay, Mayor, I do not have any other comments.
Okay, before I close the public hearing, does anyone on council have questions of the applicant?
Oh, my apologies, Mayor. I do have one more hand raised. Don Williams.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, and good evening to the council, Madam Mayor. I'm a resident of the Rincon neighborhood, which is directly across Avenue 49 from this planned operation. And Rincon is a residential community, and we have no gates on our doors on our access to the street. We have 2 entrances. One is on the Avenue 49, and that's called Malaga Gate, and then the one on Jefferson Street is called Corsica Gate. And I'm concerned about the traffic impact that this project will have on my neighborhood. I don't see any. I don't think anybody can question when the car is absent, leave the property. There's going to be a backup at the stoplight on 49, Avenue 49. People don't want to turn right or left, and I'm unfortunately. Human nature is that if you look at the map and Rincon isn't even shown. I don't think anybody's really given much thought to our little neighborhood Rincon. I listened to the high-powered traffic engineers, and I don't think anybody addressed Rincon. But truly, there's going to be a backup on Avenue 49, and if you look at the map, it's just an easy jog to take a trip through Rincon and bypass all of this. And And for those people who would be wanting to fight their way up Avenue 49, heading west to make a right turn or left turn or right turn specifically on Jefferson, it's a very easy thing to come and make a quick jog, come into Rincon and get out on Jefferson Street with no strain of backup. So I'm concerned about the impact on that. It has not been addressed. This is not. I don't believe this is a 1 day a week facility. This is a intensive use, and there's going to be traffic issues like I'm describing every time there's an event, and there are going to be a lot of events. I have another question. I thought I saw during the hearings that I've been attending and on tonight that there is absolutely no amplification outside. But I'm hearing now that you can get a permit to do it, and I want to have that clarified. I saw the view graph, it said no outside amplification. I don't believe it said with a permit, so I'm concerned about that. And my last concern is the residential facility on this property. I'm hearing that if it wants to be other use than residential, they need a permit. But my question is this really limited to a single family residence? Does the special use permit anything they want to have as long as it's residential? I'm concerned about that. Thank you very much.
Okay, are we good?
Okay, no more comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. That's what we're here for. Appreciate it. All right. Does the applicant wish to make any final comments or closing statements?
I think it'd be important for some of the perceptions about the traffic studies that we've done to be a little bit more comprehensively described. I think George should kind of give a better picture of how does a traffic study get put together? What are the assumptions? Why is it that how the church is categorized and the uses that are categorized with I can't explain it. It'd be better for George to provide a little bit more of that detail for you. There's a lot of perception and perception becomes reality and a lot of fear that isn't reality. Inconvenience of having to wait one extra turn at a traffic signal is an inconvenience, but the timeframes that we're going to be dealing with and the amount of flow from east to west to our property is minimal, and the amount of turning into our property takes place before anyone hits the quiet environment. The majority of the traffic you're talking about on Avenue 49 and the feeling that's there, our traffic will not be heading down that road in the volume that everyone's perceived, and won't be backing up in the volume everyone's perceived. The left turn only into Avenue 49, I think we'd be open to discuss that, but our traffic studies that we've done show that won't really work in the long haul. So there might be a compromise here for us to move forward with all the work we've done and done it under the guidance of the consultants that the city's given us to work with to establish the assumptions to prove our plan, that perhaps maybe we compromise on something where we get an exception, accept our plan as is with a monitoring of a certain time frame. Like phase 1, it's good the way it is, but you guys got to monitor your traffic into your site for a period of time. And then when you build phase 2, if you get there, then we got to talk about it because it's going to cause more problems. But really, folks, we've got a long way to go before 958 seats get built and you have these concerns. So I'm going to let George kind of give an overview.
Mayor,
Yes.
again, if someone's going to speak on behalf of traffic and respond to the residents, it needs to be the city's consultant, not the proponents.
Well,
I'm sorry, if I can just jump in. The applicant has a right to provide some rebuttal to the comments that were made, and this is the rebuttal portion. So I would ask the applicant to keep it short and to have his representatives keep the rebuttal short so that way we can continue moving forward.
Thank you. This is George. I just wanted to thank the council giving us this opportunity to really give a rebuttal and give you the facts based on an analysis that was done in coordination with city staff, that was approved, followed the rules, guidance, regulations. Everything was addressed through intersection analysis, segment analysis, access point analysis, and queuing analysis. everything that we've done, followed the guidelines. There's nothing special about this project. The rules are the rules. We apply it to a church, we apply it to a commercial site, and we apply it. There's nothing different about it. And just to let you know, I know that there was questions and comments about Avenue 49. Avenue 49 has a lot of capacity. The level of service based on an analysis that we've done, it shows a level of service A for the segment analysis, which that gives you an idea. The acceptable level by the city is D, so that gives you the capacity available on that street. Also, the intersection analysis showed at a level of service C at the frontage, which there's a lot of capacities that the operation of the driveways, they're operating at a good level of service. But once you start closing and moving, all the inbound traffic to Jefferson Street, like one gentleman mentioned that it's a fast street, typically you want your full access on a minor street, which is set up to do so. It was widened for a specific reason close to the intersection to provide that refuge area to allow accessibility for driveways at that location. By moving everything to Jefferson, you are pushing everyone accessing the site to cross 3 lanes, making a left turn in, which they have to wait for a gap. This is what we provided is an extension of the left turn down from Jefferson Street and 49. If you cannot make that, if you want to continue, you can continue. But it wasn't meant to be the main access point. And that's the reason when we push everything over there, it's going to fail. It showed a failure F level of service. I just wanted to leave you with that notion, just to let you know that this is what we are proposing is based on technical facts. This is how things analyzed, disclosed, and highlighted in the environmental document. That's what it's based on. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll be here and available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Are we able to let Pastor Cranford close? I don't think there's any more rebuttal or unless there's questions, but we do want to let Pastor Cranford have the last word and address.
Just a rebuttal for any evidence that was presented, so it's not another time to speak.
No, it has to do with the monetary value of a church versus the cultural and community value that was attacked, I think, or brought up as a concern that we're not providing a tax base to the city. So Jeff, would you just kind of close a couple minutes here?
I really think there's some very specific parameters around this. And I think the rebuttal about with respect to the traffic and whatnot is very pertinent. But at this point, I'd like to close the public hearing and give council an opportunity to discuss this and discuss with staff. So at this time, the public hearing is closed. And I will ask my fellow council members what their pleasure is and if they have any additional questions for staff, for the traffic coordinator, etc.
I just want to make a couple points clear. May I, Mayor?
Please, absolutely.
So the southern border of Rincon was built when the community was built. That was prior to any of the country estates being developed. When we incorporated south of Avenue 48 or 49, whatever it was back then, that's when we adopted the country rural road. So this right turn lane is not something that we developed. It was something that was there prior to the country estates being developed. As far as the center lane that exists on the east side of Jefferson, that is for the stack up, backup that happens on a daily basis. The country estates area is not an 8 to 5 community. It's not filled with professionals that go to work at 8 and come back at 5. It's a mixed community with a lot of seniors, a lot of seasonal residents, snowbirds as you would refer to them. And also the backup stack on the east side of Jefferson on 49 is also caused by the service vehicular traffic that is entering Rancho La Quinta's service gate that is across the street on the west side of Jefferson on the La Quinta side. So on a daily basis, the community members that do live in that area see an excess of traffic at all hours of the day, not just 8 to 5, and especially on weekends when they're trying to do their shopping at one of the neighboring commercial facilities. So Avenue 49, that Center Street, cannot really take any more stacking. It's already backed up as it is with the residential traffic that goes through there on a daily basis. And I wanted to ask staff if they had any further discussion on the alternatives. Should we consider eliminating the Avenue 49 access?
Staff, please.
Greenwood again, your consulting transportation. Mark Greenwood, your consulting transportation engineer. So we, knowing that this was an issue, we took the opportunity to create a display of one possible alternative. So there's really 3 alternatives of the play here. As the applicant presented, which is full access on Avenue 49, then it's been discussed to prohibit left turns into the project driveway, but allow left or right turns out. The alternative we came up with is to allow right turns into the site only, no exiting from the site at all. But what that does is eliminates any traffic on Avenue 49 east of the site. Could not approach displays on the screen now. So with this alternative, if you approach the site from the east, you could not turn left into the project. You would have, I guess you could turn left on the Jefferson and then left into the site on the Jefferson driveway. You also could not exit the site in any way. You couldn't turn left or right coming out of the site. So this alternative, I think, is a little bit better than allowing 0 access at Avenue 49 in that it probably will relieve some of the congestion that potentially could happen at the southbound left turn into the Jefferson driveway if that was the only driveway. So this is kind of an alternative in between the other 2 of full access and no access. I also, while I have the floor, I wanted to address the capacity, the applicant's engineer brought up capacity on Avenue 49. And while it is true that current traffic plus the project, it would be level of service A, which is great. But that's addressing it as, excuse me, as if it was a general plan street, an arterial such as Jefferson. Avenue 49 is not. It's a collector at best. And so those standards should, when you're evaluating that, you should take into consideration that those standards are meant for major arterials, not necessarily for collectors. So if you're a resident in the neighborhood, I don't think that standard is going to be acceptable. And so something for you to keep in mind. And that will close for now.
Can I ask you one question?
Can I make sure that Councilmember Amit has finished her? Do you have any other comments of staff? Or
is this the only option that they have for us tonight?
This is the only option that staff prepared.
So there's, I guess I heard 3 options, if you don't mind. I heard the option you presented. I heard that you could just not turn right on 49 and just have a fire lane, and then I heard the full. So
we don't have a drawing for the no access. Sure.
Okay. Does at this point answer your question, Councilmember Amit?
Okay, so our options are no access on 49, the alternative, which is right in only and no egress.
Correct.
And or the proponent's option of ingress and egress.
All right. Correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Miller.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Let me ask you a question. You know, you've got 2 competing things. You said it wasn't an issue going on 49. Now you're saying that it's not the same as an arterial road. Are you telling me that it's unsafe what he's proposing to go on 49?
No, I'm not saying.
Okay, because it went from being, it was okay to now it's not an A, it could really be something else. The residents that we've heard from are not excited about being 40. I lived on 40. One of the biggest residents or property owners there is Becky Smith, who owns a large portion of the house there. She doesn't seem to think it's a problem. So I just want to make sure that it's your professional opinion and not your own opinion. So is the traffic person that did the study for the developer wrong?
No, and I feel like I've confused you, and if I've confused you, I've confused others, so let me try to straighten that out. So what the applicant's engineer mentioned was level of service A. A 2-lane road could handle at least 12,000 cars a day, and that would be level of service D or E. On the other hand, that's what people would expect on a street like a Jefferson or a Monroe or Avenue 50. Avenue 49 is none of those kinds of streets. It's more, it functions as a collector. So from a quality of life perspective that's where I made the shift on you. That from a traffic perspective, it's great, it's level service safe. From a quality of service, the quality of life perspective, residents are unlikely, on one hand, it's perfect for traffic, but residents are unlikely to be satisfied. That doesn't mean it's unsafe, it's just not meeting their desires.
Thank you. And so if we funnel them, let's say not down 40, but we utilize that area. We put them all on Jefferson. And you go down. You can't make a U-turn on 49. So everybody's going to end up going down to 48, multiple lanes to turn around and go back the other way, or go down 48, which has more capacity. But you're going to force people to bottleneck up on 48, which is already a slow area as it is. So where did the people go? I mean, is it not going to bottleneck on 48 then? So that can handle it capable. You're making people all the way up and go back around if they have to go anywhere else.
So I believe U-turn, northbound U-turn is allowed at 49. It's a signal. So some of the traffic could do the U-turn at 49.
If they want to cross 3 lanes, you know, we're going to sign.
Signal.
Where are the signals?
The signal at 49. Right. Or they might go up to 48. Well, so yes, it would create more northbound traffic on Jefferson, but Jefferson is a street that's well equipped to handle that extra traffic and those U-turn movements.
I'm just trying to make sure that people don't take the 3 lanes across to go from there, trying to get on 49 and make that mistake by trying to do it because they don't want to go up to 48. As people have said, it's the nature of people. The first thing they go on to do is want to shoot across there. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate on all this to make sure that, you know, traffic's a thing that, you know, is subjective to obviously the different issues there. You know, we have a new property we put on part of this is on 50th, which is a single lane each way, and we just put multiple houses on there. We didn't want 27 one acres, so we put 125 on there. But that didn't seem to have any impact on that road. So I'm kind of curious why a church only on Saturday or Sunday that has only, you know, 238 cars is going to have a bigger impact when we have another street just on the other side of it, single lane, that we're all going out of one area, and it's a housing of over 125 homes that didn't have an impact. So I'm a little confused on traffic.
We're trying to address concerns that the community has brought up. So that's why 2 similar situations are being treated differently. On Avenue 50, it seems to be a problem for the community. On Avenue 49, it does seem to be a problem. So we're trying to find a solution. I appreciate it. And then also, while I have the floor, another thing that we've talked about a lot tonight is traffic counts. How much traffic is generated from this project. So on a Sunday, this project is projected to generate about 1,350 cars a day. And on a typical weekday, it's also expected to generate a little over 800 cars a day. So be careful to keep in mind that it's not traffic free on a weekday. It does generate a fair amount of traffic, although that's not much traffic for a site this size, but traffic nonetheless.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And Kevin, if I could ask you a quick question. So we looked at some of the stuff, and I'm just trying to figure out, we do is that they talked about the grass, because that's one of the business I'm in. You know, are we going to then from now on, any commercial building, not allow any turf whatsoever, any of their other properties coming on? Or is there a reason why a huge property like this would not be able to utilize in some way?
So, Councilmember, as part of the zoning code update, that'll be one of the policy questions that will be presented to the commission and council is we have a climate action plan that the city council adopted. The Indio Water Authority has goals for, conservation, water conservation. So this leads to a natural question of what is the policy orientation towards landscaping in the city of Indio, and do we want to encourage more desert-friendly landscape that reduces the water consumption need in the community? So in this particular instance, you are establishing the zoning for the property. This is an opportunity for the council to make that policy decision today, or to not make that policy decision. That is the question in front of you. Staff felt that it was appropriate, given the size and scale of the property, the minimization of turf, for all the reasons that I just stated, would be appropriate for the development of the site. That is a staff opinion and recommendation, not necessarily that of the city council.
Yeah, I just think that a property that size seems like some turf. I'm not saying turf is a large amount, but I would say that they couldn't have them start there. It seems like a little bit of overkill for a property that size and trying to keep people there. DG is very hot. I run golf courses and those stuff. Drought tolerant, but it does raise the temperature up in that area very highly. And so, to make a property that size, not have any kind of turf, I think would be a little bit unreasonable. And then on the amphitheater, I can understand, part of that, but it seems to me that these people have continued to bend for whatever we did from 111,000 square feet down to 41, not from amphitheater to no amphitheater. It just seems like we're putting continuous boundaries on this property. Have they not continued to bend on a lot of things, or is there something that that the planning commission where you're looking to get? I mean, I understand where you're at, but I mean, is there anything to pass this if you were to approve this that's going to change?
Just to clarify, Councilmember, when you said amphitheater, were you speaking about amplification?
There was no, I'm talking about amplification, but they also talked about having an amphitheater at one time, which they took out because they didn't want noise, but not to be able to have an outside event because of a wedding or something else, which is natural for a church. We have OLPH, which is in the heart of our city, that has continued, has school and that. It doesn't seem to affect the residents there. So I'm just trying to get, I'm not blaming you. I'm not thinking, please look at that. I'm not blaming you or anything else. I'm just trying to see why it seems like there's a different standard. We have Jefferson that has 3 lanes. We have 49th that has a lane. We have OLPHs in the middle of our city that has a school and everything else. And none of the residents really seem to have a problem with it. It just blends in. And I think this really will too. So I'm just trying to grasp at why this is so much different.
So let me respond if I could, and I'll be brief. As you are correct, the applicant has consistently responded to concerns raised by the community and/or staff. They have modified the proposal several times in response to that. That's acknowledged. It's been acknowledged this evening. The issue of sound amplification, it really comes down to community impact. And that's a council decision. That is a development standard or operational standard. The council could decide that it supported the utilization of that within the parameters of the city's noise ordinance. The outdoor events, they are permitted, but the current specific plan as written would require a temporary use permit issued through the community development department. So it's not that they wouldn't be permitted to have them in. It's anything above 100 attendees. So anything below 100 attendees, they do not need to get that permit. But as was stated earlier, there's a likelihood for attendees over that. So that's when they would be engaging with us, and we would go through a careful review process with multiple departments to make sure that we're mitigating impacts where appropriate.
Appreciate it. Thank you for all your hard work here and your staff's work on this.
And thank you, because that was the question I was going to ask you, Councilmember Miller, is because I understood. I mean, a church has to have events. I mean, it's just a reality of what they do. They not only do weddings, but they do gatherings of all different types, shape, and description. So that was what I had wanted to clarify. So yes.
One correction. I sincerely apologize for that. The senior plan number pointed out to me in an earlier iteration it was anything over 100, but in the current iteration it's any temporary event. Any event they would need to get a temporary use permit. So whether it's under 100 or over 100, and that was a concession by the applicant. So I apologize for making that mistake.
But is the applicant asking to have that be changed?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or What would the pleasure of the council be? Councilmember Ortiz?
I have a comment.
I think.
Yeah, just one comment on the Avenue 49. Yeah, I do think it works better with the full access on 49. And because if you look at Jefferson, you know, if you're, first of all, you're gonna have a huge bottleneck with everybody coming out of Jefferson. And then anybody who wants to go down 49 is still gonna go down 49. They just gotta make a right on Jefferson 49, right? And then you're gonna have the other issue that Mr. Miller is talking about, that more people are gonna try to cross those 3 lanes right before the traffic light, which is even more dangerous, right? To try to get on 49 going west. So I would be in support of keeping full access on both entrances.
Yeah, I actually want to thank the applicant, the pastor and his church boards for bringing this church to our city. There was a comment made earlier that there's no revenue generated. We bring these places of worship to our community, and there is revenue generated. It's spiritual. We're saving folks. So I do appreciate the applicant bringing it, and I'm also sad that there won't be a school on the property, because I believe that the Church of Red Door is growing. It's growing in our community. It's outgrown its current location, and that's what brings us to this location. What I would like to ask, maybe Kevin or the applicant can answer, were there any locations other than this that were looked at in the city of Indio? Because the applicant, yes, has made a lot of modifications to this plan, and this is over a 2-year period of time. So were there any other locations in our city that were looked at for this project?
Councilmember, I cannot speak on behalf of the applicant. They did make reference earlier in the presentation that they did conduct several years worth of looking for property, and as I think the statements, they kept coming back to this property. As part of the city's review process, we did not do all further site consideration.
So that's for the city of Indio. There were no other.
On our efforts, we did not look at other sites, correct?
Okay. No further comments, Mayor.
And so I'm going to, thank you, ask with the city attorney's guidance, if we can sort of maybe take this in bites in terms of looking at Avenue 49, right? There's 3 options. There's full access on 49. There's access where you turn right and then there's ingress but not egress. And there's fire lane only, no right turn.
I think what you're trying to see is maybe get everyone's thoughts on what the council believes should happen on Avenue 49.
Correct.
To see if there's some type of consensus with respect to that, and if not, a discussion.
I couldn't have said it better. Who wants to just go right ahead?
Yeah, I mean, I just mentioned my preference, right? Explain my preference, which is full access on 49.
Councilmember Miller,
Full access.
I can't agree with the full access on Avenue 49. I've been down there recently. I go down there a lot, and the dynamic of the area and the community, I don't believe it's designed for full access of a structure of this magnitude of the area.
I would prefer not to have full access. Councilmember Amit.
From day one, the community has expressed their concern with any potential impacts on Avenue 49. And as our traffic consultant stated, the quality of life would be diminished for those residents and property owners on Avenue 49. So I'm not supportive of any access on Avenue 49.
Got 221.
So it seems like there's 2 that would favor full access, 2 not necessarily full access, whether that means right turn only or just fire lane. that maybe you can take a read with respect to whether a right turn only would be a compromise.
I understand that, and I would certainly support right turn only, but I think it still ends up being 2-2.
Correct, 2-2-1.
And let me not put words in Councilmember Furman's mouth. Would you support right turn access only or no?
And for this proposal, there's also the existing property, the house that's there, which would have an access, extra access, right? Will there be access from that point?
No, Councilmember, the access that would go to the house, if you look at the current image that is on the screen, once you enter the site, there will be a separate drive to access that residence, but it would not have its own access on Avenue 49.
So it's connected to the.
Right, as you come into there and you see the circular roundabout, it would be if you were looking at it, this would be to your left as you went around the roundabout and up the drive into the house.
I just don't agree with any access other than emergency access on Avenue 49.
Well, I guess I would support limited, at best, limited access at this point. So that sort of leaves us divided even more so.
So, to move forward, if that was a desire of the council on the specific plan, it requires 3 affirmative votes. And I only say that so in case anybody was looking at abstentions or because of certain issues. And so, I just wanted to preface that for the council. And with the Avenue 49, there doesn't seem to be a consensus with respect to that. If there's something else that staff can look at.
And so I guess from my perspective, I initially really believed no access on 49, and I moved a little bit away from that after hearing the traffic engineer. If we were to look at no access now, at some point in the future, can that be reevaluated?
Yeah, the quick answer is yes, Mayor. It could be reevaluated in the future. It would need to be compliant with City of Indio engineering standards, but it is something that could be looked at in the future if the applicant and the city ultimately agree to that. I just want to make one point. Earlier, the applicant and the rebuttal made the term compromise. The council is under no obligation to compromise on access. I just want to state that for the record. This is an infrastructure technical consideration, and the council is free to make its decision however it chooses as it relates to access into the property as a infrastructure component of the specific plan consideration.
And if I can ask Mr. Snyder a question, would the issue of access is that part of the specific plan documents, or is that something that goes through plan check with respect to the engineer? So just that we're clear that if the council doesn't reach a consensus with respect to access, how does that affect the specific plan document?
So the specific plan, again, by state law, has an infrastructure component. The specific plan is proposed to the city council, has full movement access onto Avenue 49. If the council does not want to support that access onto Avenue 49, then it needs to take some sort of action to direct what access it does support, so that is clear if this project is to go forward under future considerations by either planning commission or city staff, that the access is direction of the city council is being followed appropriately.
Okay, so we're back to my original
question, which is I do not support full access. So in lieu of that, so that we can move something, then let's look at no access at this point, understanding that this can be reevaluated in years at some point in the future, because I really don't want that additional traffic going on Avenue 49, that quality of life, that rural, all the things that the community is discussing is a huge concern of mine at this juncture in this project. So I will be the third vote in terms of not allowing access other than fire at emergency access on 49.
Mayor,
Yes,
I don't think that there's enough turn capacity for fire to use that 49.
Well, I'm going to leave that to the experts. Can you expand on that, please?
So obviously, any emergency access would be designed in coordination, consultation with the fire department. And we would certainly review that with them in detail as part of the plan review process to make sure if there's any modifications in Avenue 49 that need to be done to accommodate that, then we would require that of the applicant.
Okay, and yeah, I would absolutely concur with that. Okay. Any other comments or issues at this point?
I'm willing to go with the ingress only. If that's the only other option is going to be no access at all. I just think that's going to be a mess if we do no access on 49.
I think I need to evaluate that after the fact, because I just don't feel that it's appropriate at this point to really allow a whole lot of access there on Avenue 49. All right, that being said,
I guess I would ask the council if there are any other, right now the document is set up. Let me get there, I'm sorry, for no amplified sound, and also that the residential use stay residential unless they receive a CUP for any other uses for that residential portion.
And also no turf.
And no turf.
And I would just note that if the council does take action on that Avenue 49, along with any other amendments, these would need to be in the context of amendments to a specific plan.
Correct. I'm just trying to pick out what points that the council has been discussing. So if I missed anything, I think those were the three other ones.
But the turf.
I just wanted to ask a question of staff. For other churches, do we allow amplified sound?
So in our process, if there is outdoor activities at other churches in the city, they are required to go through a temporary use permit process, and we evaluate the use of amplified sound. So I can't say conclusively that we haven't allowed it, because we may have in other instances. I don't have any examples that come to mind, but we would evaluate it. And if there's issues such as close proximity to residences, we would typically not allow it to minimize impacts of the event onto those residents.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to make sure that we're providing equal opportunity for all of the religious groups in the city.
And could you get back to us on that? If it's up to 100 people, if our other churches, I'm sure our police department can let us know who has opportunities to do that, because if not, they get a permit or a complaint. Public safety to know. I just like to know for myself.
So what you're saying is an equal playing field.
I want to know it's an equal playing field. If I'm not picking LLPH, if Destiny Church is allowed to do it up to 100 people without getting a permit, I think that we should treat every church and every organization the same. So if we're not, I'd like to see who's doing it and see why. And if we change the rules as we're going along, because we're putting in new rules, then as long as it's equal for any other business, if it's Jackal Branch or whoever, then it needs to be the same way.
Any additional comments?
This is just seen it on our provide some additional information. So the current practice is all churches that have outdoor events go through a temporary use permit process, and it has been our practice to not allow outdoor amplification of sound. So, but we will certainly do the research that the council member asked for and share that information with the council member and the rest of the council, just to confirm the statement I just made.
Thank you. And I guess I would like to go back and reevaluate the whole concept of no turf. That is a massive expanse to have 120-degree heat on no turf. I completely agree from an aesthetic point, from many points of view. I don't know how the rest of my council member feels, but is there a percentage, a small percentage that we would consider within the range or realm of water conservation and still allow for a little bit of green softening of that space?
So the applicant asked for consideration under the India Water Authority standards as it pertains to turf usage and water conservation. That's one option. The council could, as the mayor pointed out, establish a percentage of site as an example. Only no more than 15% of the site could be turf. So you are setting development standards for the site, so you have the leeway to establish those. But the applicant's request is to follow IWA guidance and direction on this.
Mr. Snyder, on the IWA guidance, can Ms. Ray provide any information with respect to what that is? Is there a set percentage? I think it would help the council to have some more information other than just under the IWA guidance.
Great. General Manager Ray, the request is under the IWA guidelines for use of turf.
What is it?
Specific, are there any specific standards, percentage of turf or things like that?
It's required to meet the MWILO requirements for development. I can't tell you right now what it is. I don't think in any case I've ever experienced a zero, but I would have to do some research to know what it is, but we're more than willing to work with them to figure out what the right number is, not a problem.
And the applicant requested to go through their landscaping through the IWA guidelines, correct?
That is correct.
And so, right, I think that certainly helps me is everybody on board with that process and considering a little bit of that.
I have a question about that. On the Jefferson Street or on the 49th Street perimeter, is there any berming that's going to be done with the landscaping, or are they just going to put in ground level or street level turf? Is there any mounding proposed?
I just put up on the screen the landscape plan as submitted by the applicant, and it shows that shows the areas where they're proposing to have turf, as well as areas where they're having more desert oriented landscaping. And so you can see along the frontage, the majority of the frontage of Jefferson and Avenue 49, it is desert appropriate landscaping. As you go further into the site, they do transition to turf areas as exhibited on the site plan. Obviously, if this does go forward and it goes back to Planning Commission, we will have a detailed landscape plan review as part of the Planning Commission's review, the design review process.
I would like to suggest some berming to soften the edge on the 49, but I don't know how to propose that.
The landscape plan is reviewed through the design review process, correct?
That is correct. We could make an amendment to the specific plan that just states landscape berming to be required along Avenue 49, as simple as that. And then the detail of that can be reviewed by the Planning Commission as part of the design review process.
Yeah, with that compromise, I would be willing to consider some turf area and grass area.
All right, are we all good with that? Or does anybody have any concerns about that? That's fine with me.
Turf, I'm fine with. I still have problems with the access because I just don't know what we're gonna do on highway or on Jefferson. I just don't know where else they're gonna put the entrance. You're gonna all go in and out of the same spot.
Well,
I mean, where were they, if the building's there, where else do they go, Kevin? All out that one entrance, all in and all out the one?
Yeah, the short answer, Councilmember, is yes.
And I might just chime in, Mayor, and maybe Councilmember Ortiz mentioned it, but when you're turning right out of Jefferson and you wanted to head east, you're gonna head down 49 anyway. So it's a consideration. And maybe while I just stole the floor just briefly, it may or may not be of some help, but there are other uses that could occur on this property that would have much, much more traffic than the church would provide. So certainly this access off of 49 from the outsider that's brand new seems to be a little bit exaggerated as a concern.
Okay. Well, council, where do we stand?
Did you want to at least talk about, before you go revisit the access, you talk about the, everybody okay with the residential use only, except for a CUP for any other types of uses? Just to let you know, the tentative map is such so that there's two parcels. One parcel is the church parcel and one parcel is the residential parcel. And the only use that's allowed on the residential parcel is the single family residential.
And I guess one of the things that came up is that in the future, there could potentially be some events. So I guess I want to ask that question because that the events component of that may require a CUP or something. How does the rest of the council feel about currently it's a residential use only and then the potential for future use.
It's already used as a special events venue.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
If they ask CUP to see everything else.
That's fine. That's what I was thinking. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's where
I think
CUP.
that's the legal way to do it if it's
Yeah.
already ready.
Right, yeah, I agree. I completely agree with you, Kathy, that they're saving the house as well. I agree. Alrighty. At this point, city attorney, is there a next step in terms of council? What is your pleasure in terms of?
I think we still
making
have
a
to
motion?
give it direction on the burning, right, on Avenue
Well,
49.
That's gonna be part of the design reviews. That's not a decision we have to make now.
I think planning commission, right?
Right.
It'll be part of the planning commission. They would have the discretion to do it or not do it as part of the design review, even though we do have landscape standards.
Well, I think I suggested just to signal council's intent, you could add a simple sentence to the specific plan as an amendment that just says landscape berming is required along Avenue 49. The details of that berming, the design of it would be reviewed by your planning commission as part of the design review process.
But what does it berm? I know berm kind of does, sets things up. There's irrigation issues. It depends what kind of berm you're talking about.
Well, again, I gave you generic language to allow the planning commission to go through the design process. If the council wants to be more specific, that's certainly you're right.
If we want to. I mean, I'm just saying that's something that council member meet throughout. I mean, it seems like we're trying to do this from the dais. Try and throw as much things at this thing as possible, which is crazy.
If there's no desire to place that language in the specific plan, it could just be direction from the council.
Exactly, for consideration.
For consideration.
That may or may not. Right. I mean, that would be my perspective is just, I don't want to add all of that. We must. It is for consideration. We have the request. It may make sense. Let's consider it. And then again, it may not make sense. So
And if that's the council direction, then we will carry that back through the planning commission process.
is everyone in agreement or not with that?
Yes, and the existing standard for Avenue 49 is there be a trail, a DG trail. So, I mean, that's another part of the design review.
Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem, or did you have any questions? I mean, I'm not ready to make that determination on the berm at this point. I mean, does it matter that we make a decision on that tonight?
No, it doesn't, because I mean, there's different kinds of berms and heights.
Right, I'm not an architectural design person at this point. I guess I'm going to ask the council, is there a motion or does anyone wish to make a motion at this point? And what would that motion be?
So will staff put up the recommendations so we know what to make a motion off of?
Do you want to put up the slide with the resolution?
That's a very simplified version of what's in your packet.
So to provide the council maybe some guidance with the resolution number 10214, I don't think there's any issue with that. That's the environmental. The ordinance number 1761 is to approve the specific plan. And based on the discussion that the council just had, there was consensus with respect to remove the requirement that there be no turf. It's double negative, to remove that requirement that there be no turf and to allow the applicant to follow the IWA standards
and guidance.
And that there be no access, at least there was a majority that there be no access from Avenue 49 except for emergency access.
So that's got to be part of that motion for the second bullet item.
So do you want three separate motions?
I think we're going to need them.
It would be three. You would have to take the resolution 10214 separately and first, before you can move forward on either the ordinance or the tentative.
Okay, so I'll move resolution number 10214, adopting mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
Do I hear a second?
A second.
Yeah, I have a second by Councilmember Glenn Miller. Can we please have roll call vote?
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Hamid.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
Aye.
Mayor Holmes.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. For the second bullet, ordinance number 1761, approving the Church at the Red Door specific plan with respect to the concerns of turf and Avenue 49. Do I hear a motion?
I'll motion to approve ordinance number 1761, approving the Church at the Red Door specific plan with the amendments that we allow ingress only at 49, that we allow turf in conformance with IWA's requirements. And that's it, right?
So I'll make an alternative motion that ordinance number 1761, approving the Church of the Red Door specific plan with no access on Avenue 49 and the IWA turf standards.
Correct. Do I have a second on that?
Let's do separate.
Correct. It's a substitute. It's a, we have a motion on the floor. There was a first, and I believe there was a second by Councilmember Miller. And then a second motion can be placed on the floor under Robert's rules. And that was Ms. Ramos Amit's motion. And that would be with no access on 49 and IWA turf pursuant to IWA standards, but that would need a second. And we would take the second motion first. The second motion passes, then we don't hear the first motion. If the second motion, if the second motion does not pass 3 affirmative votes, then we would take up the original motion.
Okay, so we have a second motion with respect to ordinance 1761, approving the Church of the Red Door specific plan with no ingress on Avenue 49 and with whatever turf is allowed under the IWA requirements.
The second motion is actually no access on 49.
Well, it's gonna have the fire, I beg your pardon, just
yes.
fire only, correct, okay.
But you would need a second.
All right. Is there a second for fire access only for the second bullet illustrating no access other than fire on Avenue 49?
I'll second that.
May I have a roll call vote, please?
May the clerk will take the roll call vote on the second motion, the substitute motion, which is to introduce ordinance number 1761, waive full reading, read by title only, with the amendment that there be no access on 49 except for fire access only, and that the elimination of the turf provision and substitute that any landscaping be per IWA standards and guidelines.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Hamid.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
Aye.
And Mayor Holmes.
Aye. Motion passes 3-2.
That motion passes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance number 1761?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Indio, California, adopting the Church of the Red Door specific plan CRD-SP 20-05-40 for the establishment of zoning regulations of land uses, development standards, and design standards on a 13.7 acre of land generally located at southeast corner of Avenue 49 and Jefferson Street in the City of Indio, California, APN 0602-060-001 and 602-060-002.
Madam Mayor, you still need a motion for the resolution number 10215.
Absolutely. Do I have a motion? Do I hear a motion for resolution number 10215 approving the parcel map number 37899?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 10215, approving tentative parcel map number 37899, tentative parcel map 20-03-403.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And I have a second by Councilmember Ortiz. May I have roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Hamid.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
Aye.
Mayor Holmes.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, at this point, I would like to request it is 10 minutes to 9. I'd like to take a 5-minute break. And then we'll come back and return to the dais at about 5 minutes to 9.
Yeah. Have fun. I think you're right on the money.
Hey, I know.
You were on the money.
I know my
You were on the money.
I should start then.
Yeah. I think you should. Called it, she says this is that. Just remember revenue. Okay?
Glenn. You're here. I'm sure he is.
You know, we're gonna get up and stand in an standing ovation. For you.
He just mentioned that himself. That's another plug.
Just a moment longer and we'll get back to the meeting. Just bear with us, please. Yep. Didn't we go in overtime? I'm sure we went into extra innings. Okay, it's 8:59 and I'm going to call the meeting back to order and we are going to move on to the next public hearing. We only have about 7 or 8 to go, so hang in there. And that would be item 10C, request for a certificate of public convenience and necessity to allow for the sale of beer and wine for consumption off the premises, requested by Shawnee Empire Incorporated for a convenience store within the Shawnee Plaza located at 81965 Indio Boulevard, type 20 license. Mr. Snyder, so glad you are up.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council, Kevin Snyder, your Community Development Director. At this time, I'd like to ask Gustavo Gomez, Assistant Planner, to come forward and give you a brief and concise staff report and be available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Come on down, we'll be gentle, I promise.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Gustavo Gomez, Assistant Planner. And before you is the certificate for public convenience and necessity for the Shawnee Plaza, a new convenience store. The applicant is the Shawnee Empire, and the proposed location is at 81965 Indio Boulevard. Just a quick background on the project. It has gone through the entitlement process of the Planning Commission and City Council. They have approved both the design review and the condition use permit for the convenience store and the fuel station for it. This slide just shows the area of analysis. So it's census tract 0452.09. It measures roughly 0.79 square miles. It has a population of 5,441, and there's approximately 1,714 residential homes based on the 2010 census data. The California Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control, ABC, is a regulating authority for alcohol licenses. This census tract is authorized to have 3 off-sale alcohol licenses, and currently there are 5 establishments who currently have an off-sale alcohol license in this tract, so there is undue concentration. However, state law does allow for ABC to issue additional licenses if the legislative body, in this case the City Council, determines that the applicant's license request serves a public convenience and necessity, and that this requires a public hearing. The applicant is requesting for a certificate of public convenience and necessity to allow a type 20 off-sale beer and wine for consumption off the premises. So here is just a slide showing the proposed site where for the new convenience store, and also with the existing 5 alcohol licenses that are in the track. This slide I just want to demonstrate that based on the existing on the census tract that is being analyzed around the proximity of a 1 mile radius from the subject property, there are other 6 more also alcohol license for off-sale consumption. This is the proposed floor plan for the convenience store market. They're proposing to have a beer cave, walk-in, and also some area for behind the cashier to have alcohol display area. So the total display area consists of 369.5 square feet, which is comprised of approximately 9% of the total retail sale of the convenience store. Some analysis behind the public convenience and necessity is that as part of the review, India Police has done a background check and has approved the background check and has now special conditions for it for the application. The site is located within an active commercial area along a major thoroughfare, which is India Boulevard. It has some buffer around the surrounding neighborhood areas. And the new convenience store will be within a new commercial development, Nishani Plaza, and it will offer customers the convenience of having only one place to patronize to get their snacks, prepackaged food, and also beverage needs. And with that is the recommendation to approve the request to issue a certificate of public convenience and necessity to allow the sale of beer and wine for consumption off the premises type 20 license requested by the Shandy Empire Inc. for a convenience store within the new Shandy Plaza development located at 81965 India Boulevard, India, California. Thank you. That concludes my staff report. I believe the applicant is available and staff to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we open the public hearing, I just wanted to ask council if there's any questions of staff. Please go right ahead.
How common is it to have, you're saying the recommended concentration is three stores for that census tract, right?
That is correct. It's based off of population on the census tract.
And I guess my question is, how common is it to have double the concentration of what's recommended?
Let me see if I can help answer. Again, Kevin Snyder, Director of Community Development. Throughout the city of Indio, the reason why these comes to council so frequently is because we have undue concentration all over the city. So under the regulations that are established by ABC, this does require council consideration. So it is fairly common in our city.
Thank you.
There being no other comments, I'll open the public hearing. Public hearing is open. Does the applicant wish to speak?
Good afternoon, no, good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Tony Maryhugh on behalf of the applicant Shandy Empire. I just want to thank Gustavo again. The planning staff has been very helpful with our team, guiding us through the process. We appreciate all that you do. I know it's been a really long night. I will say that it is very important for us to have the license for the business operations. And with the existing licenses that are in the area, you can see the traffic patterns that when they showed them that they're not immediately along this route and they're not at a gas station where a customer can stop, gas up, and pick up any convenience items they may need, whether it's a burger, a loaf of bread, or a 6-pack of beer or a bottle of wine to take home to the family. So I don't know about you guys, but I've been on the phone all night. I'm ready for a drink. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions of the applicant? Okay.
I have one
Please go
question.
ahead.
Hello, Tony. I drive over the bridge frequently and I see there's a lot of construction work going on and you guys are moving pretty fast. You have a timeline on completion of the project?
Boy, if my boss was on the phone, he'd say next week, but we actually have a little process going on this one. We hope to be open by the end of July, if not sooner.
Wow.
Okay, thank you.
You're getting things done. That's pretty awesome. Okay.
We do. Thank you.
Do we have, did you have something?
No.
Right now?
We're pretty close.
Well, I'm just trying to follow here. Slow down. Yeah. Public hearing is open. Are there any public comments, City Clerk?
No, Mayor, no comments.
I appreciate that. I'm going to close the public hearing and would like to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the request to issue a certificate of public convenience and necessity to allow the sale of beer and wine for consumption off premises requested by Chandi Inc. for a convenience store within Chandi Plaza located at 81965 Indio Boulevard, type 20 license.
I'll say.
I have a motion and a second. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Hamid.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
Aye.
And Mayor Holmes.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Of course, thank you. We look forward to having your facility open. All right, on to the next public hearing. You're gonna stay with us, Tony, right?
Bye.
Okay, item number 10D, resolution number 10209, approving tentative parcel map number 37826, TPM 20-11-409, to subdivide an existing parcel of land generally located west of Jefferson Street and south of Avenue 40 into 4 parcels, and designate a remainder and finding the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Staff, because it's getting late.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council, Kevin Snyder, your Community Development Director. With this item, we will end our domination of tonight's agenda. I'd like to re-invite Gustavo Gomez, Assistant Planner, back up to again give you a brief and concise staff report and answer any questions you might have regarding this item. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Gustavo Gomez, Assistant Planner. And before you is the 40th Avenue Properties tentative parcel map number 37826, case number TPM 20-11-409. And the applicant is Brian Jensen, and he applied back in December 2nd, 2020. And the request was to subdivide approximately 4 acres, 4 acres into 4 parcels and designate a remainder, which includes an existing mobile home on that remainder. The project site is located south of Avenue 40 and west of Jefferson Street. The address is 74533 Avenue 40. Assessor's parcel number is 607-240015. The general plan designation is workplace employment, and the current zoning is business park. Here are some existing conditions of the site. As you can see, there's the mobile home, which is going to be part of that remainder, and then as you can see, it's been partially improved so that there is access to this property. Here is just the tentative parcel map, and here is a close-up of that. The 4 parcels that are being broken down, and also the remainder at the bottom left-hand corner. So here is a breakdown of that, and then it shows the remainder. Everything, this is just for the subdivision. They're not proposing any development at this time. Everything, the zoning and the general plan designation will remain in place. Some planning commission review process. On April 4th, the planning commission held, there was a public hearing notice that was released to the Desert Sun and the Desert Sun newspaper, and also to a certified property owners list of 300 square feet radius on April 1st. On April 4th, the Planning Commission Secretary, for the lack of quorum, they adjourned the meeting and they continued to a date certain of April 28th. And at this meeting on April 28th, 2021, the Planning Commission held the hearing. There was no public comments made. And after Planning Commission deliberation, they voted 4-0 to adopt the resolution number 1986 to recommend to the City Council to approve parcel map number 37826. So it is the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt resolution number 10209, approving tentative parcel map number 37826, case number TPM 20-11-409, to subdivide an existing parcel of land into 4 parcels and designate a remainder subject to the findings and conditions of approval therein, and determining that the project is categorically exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, section 15315, minor land divisions. That concludes my staff report, and staff is here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I have a question. What is the term, can you please define the term remainder? That was new to me.
you want me to define it?
Yes, please.
Typically, it's just what it says, it's leftover, it's, I don't know. It's like.
You'd be separating 4 new lots and then leaving the old lot
Correct, as the remainder, yes.
So
Thank
that's
you.
called.
That's why you went to Stanford.
All right, I knew there was an official term in there. Thank you all for that. Does anyone have any questions of Gustavo? Or any other staff member? Questions? Going once? Going twice? I'm gonna open the public hearing. Okay, public hearing is open. Does the applicant wish to speak?
I don't believe we have them on the,
Okay.
Zoom.
All right, is there any public comment?
No comments, Mayor.
Is there any comments of any type, shape, or description? Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing and ask the council, what is your pleasure?
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 10209, approving tentative parcel map number 37826 TPN 20-11-409. Subdivide an existing parcel of land into 4 parcels and designate remainder and finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to guidelines section 15315.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Furman. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second by Councilmember Ortiz.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Hamid.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
Aye.
And Mayor Holmes.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin, for your team. Welcome, Trish. Ms. Ray, IWA General Manager. Item number 10E, resolution numbers 10216, 10217, and 10218, adopting the 2020 Coachella Valley Regional Urban Water Management Plan, the Water Shortage Contingency Plan, and Appendix L as an addendum to 2015 Urban Water Management Plan.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I am here tonight just to do the introduction really quick, and then I will be handing it off to staff. Item 10E and F are all related on your agenda. There's 3 resolutions and 1 ordinance, and they're all related to the Regional Urban Water Management Plan, which is a Department of Drinking Water requirement for every 5 years. Really what it focuses on is showing the Department of Water that we know what our demands are going to be and what our supply is going to be, and that we have a plan for managing those sustainably. You'll notice that it is a regional urban water management plan this year. We have in the past done just an urban water management plan and done it by ourselves. The region decided to get together this time because it makes more sense if we're talking about the demands and supply of one aquifer. We should all probably be on the same page together. So this is a huge step for us, and I think a well worth it step. So what I'm going to do is hand it off to Ray Trejo, who is the Assistant General Manager. He will talk about the plan itself and the addendum and kind of the demand and supply. Then Michelle C., a person that you have not met yet. She is our new Administrative Services Manager, taking on conservation and helping us get kind of our business practices in order. She's going to talk about the water contingency plan, and then we'll also support the ordinance change for correcting our emergency water code for response to water shortages. All right, I'll hand it off.
Trish. Thank you. This is Ray Trejo, Assistant General Manager of IWA. And I'll begin by talking about the Regional Urban Water Management Plan and what's in the plan. On this slide, you can see that there's 6 local water agencies: Myoma Dunes, Coachella Valley Water District, Mission Springs Water District, Desert Water District, and Coachella Water Authority, and of course the India Water Authority. And The state of California requires that every 5 years, a water agency submit this plan that looks at the next 25 years. And really the reason why the state requires that is California has gone through some chronic droughts. In order for water agencies to ensure they have water, the state now mandates that we have this plan every 5 years. The water code allows you to submit it on your own, which is what we did back in 2015. But for the reasons that Trish mentioned is that a regional approach gives us consistency with methodologies in the plan. The plan assesses the demand projections over the next 25 years. It looks at our water supply portfolio and it conducts analysis of that portfolio. And most importantly, it does have stakeholder input. We did have at the regional level 2 stakeholder meetings and we received that input and incorporated into the plan. The plan water supply meets projected demand. The 2 other items that are new to this specific plan is the water shortage contingency plan and a reduction of delta reliance, which is referred to Appendix C. And Michelle will speak to the first item, which is water shortage contingency plan, and I'll speak to Appendix C. Now, when we look at the 25-year outlook, we notice that there's a 50% growth projected by 2045. However, the increase in the water is not linear to the growth. And the reason for that is we have some demand management actions that reduces that water need over time, but the population will continue to grow. We just need to make sure we have ample supplies for the next 25 years. And the summary of that plan is really to look at this table that's produced at the end. And what I mean by that is the demands are forecasted for the next 25 years. And what the plan really forces the agencies to do is to match up the supplies so that we understand that we can meet that demand. Because we only have one supply, it's groundwater. We will pump water to the effect that it will meet the demand. The second part that we're doing is we're not only trying to reduce our demand with conservation measures, but we're also trying to increase our supply. And what you'll see there is a line item that's actually recycled water, and that's the EVER project. So we are tackling the issues both on lowering our demands as well as increasing our supply. And some of the programs that are noted in the Regional Urban Water Management Plan include EVER, the Recycled Water Program, the demand management measures, which includes ordinances that it's really targeted towards wasteful use of water. So we want to make sure that that doesn't occur in our service area. We have metering, which gives us a volumetric measure of the water that's used. And when you have that data, it gives us the options to produce water budgets so that we can have some sort of limit as to how much water you can use, and allows us some tiered rating, which is the next bullet, conservation pricing. We also have conservation incentive programs, and more importantly, we have a public education and outreach program to try to message and ensure that our ratepayers understand how to save water in many ways. And I'll speak about Appendix L, which is an addendum. And specifically what Appendix L is a way to demonstrate that we are reducing our reliance on the Delta. And even though we don't take imported water from the State Water Project, any water that we save here has an indirect impact on the reduction of water coming down to Southern California. And the reason for that is most of the water that we receive in the basin is replenishment water that is under an exchange agreement of state water with Coachella's water. So there's an exchange between Metropolitan State Water Project because the plumbing doesn't allow that water to be replenished in our basin. And in exchange, we take Metropolitan's partial allocation of Colorado River water and we implement it into the storage basin. And that's what the state wants to see now, is that we do reduce our reliance on that. What this Appendix L also allows us to do is to go back to the 2015 plan and amend that plan to ensure that that plan also met those objectives. And that's what you will see. What Appendix L actually means is that we are reducing our reliance as a region. At this time, I'll let Michelle speak to the water shortage contingency plan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. As Trish had mentioned, my name is Michelle C. I am the Administrative Services Manager with the Indio Water Authority. I've been in this post for a little over 2 months now. It's been a great team to work with, and a great agency to work for. So with that, thank you very much. And with that, I'll dive right into the third part of this presentation, which is the water shortage contingency plan, which is one of the requirements related to the urban water management plan. By way of background, this plan is intended to outline the actions for a specific water agency in the event of a domestic water shortage, and that may be triggered as a result of an extended drought, for example, or by a natural disaster like an earthquake. This also is in line with one of the requirements that the state agency is going to be expecting water agencies, which is come July 1st of next year, water agencies will need to submit what's called an annual water supply and demand assessment, in which water agencies will have to do a 12-month look ahead and identify whether the supplies that we have can cover the projected demands for our service area. And along with that, this plan will be kind of, would specify the steps that would take in order to make sure that would happen. This plan not only identifies at the operational level as a water utility on how to handle instances if and when there are water shortages identified, but it also develops water shortage stages in which will require our water utility customers to do their part as part of demand management response in the event there is a water shortage. And as my colleague had mentioned, this part of the plan was also done on a regional level with all of the 6 agencies in the region. And the intent of that was to develop a water shortage stage framework that would benefit in the sense that to the extent possible, and all of the restrictions and whatnot would be consistent throughout the region. And additionally, the benefit of that would be streamlined communications so that there will be minimizing confusion if and when there's restrictions in place. It's not one agency doing one thing and another agency doing another. And as I mentioned before, this process was also included as part of the public comment process. This plan is certainly designed with flexibility in mind to modify these restrictions. And the approach to this is certainly not looking at water use restrictions, but also looking at a balanced program that includes public communications, incentives by way of rebate programs offering to our utility customers, and penalties in kind of more of the severe instances of a water shortage. And when I compare, when staff compares this proposed framework to what we currently have in our municipal code, it's not drastically different. The one major difference is that currently in the municipal code, it shows our shortage contingency plan is 4 stages versus 6 stages in the proposed framework. And I'll be elaborating on that item later on in the next agendized item. So this is a high-level overview of what the proposed framework looks like. It has 6 stages, and as you can see, as one advances through the various stages, it is to address increasing severity shortage levels, anything from up to 10% at stage 1 to over 50%, in which it would be deemed a severe shortage or catastrophic incident. And as we progress through these different levels, you will see that the water use restrictions become more severe as you progress through. So for example, at stage 1, you have the basic state water use restrictions, which is essentially discouraging water waste, promoting water use efficiency and conservation. And then on the very extreme end, which is at level 6, which would be essentially prohibiting outdoor water use and then water rationing at that point. So this is a very high level of what the stages would be moving forward. And with that said, that is the overall framework of the water shortage contingency plan. This evening, staff is seeking City Council approval to adopt the following, which is resolution number 10216, adopting the 2020 Regional Valley Urban Water Management Plan. Resolution number 10217, which is adopting the Indio Water Shortage Contingency Plan. And lastly, resolution number 10218, which is adopting the Appendix L as an addendum to the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan. This concludes our presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very, very much. Lots of good information. Does anybody have any questions? I bet Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you for the presentation and welcome to the Indio family.
Thank you very much.
I did have a question for Ray. on your slides, when we're going through the groundwater, the use of groundwater, if you can go back a little bit, yeah. I know your plan is only for 25 years, but just looking at the end of that graph, right? One forward, I think. Yeah, there. So there it shows it's using groundwater up to about 30,000, was that acre feet, right?
Correct.
And we're using 5,000 of recycled water. And I know that your plan's only for the 25 years, but going forward, what do you see as our limit on groundwater usage?
Yeah, so that's a good question. And part of this plan is incorporating the Sigma. Because we're not an adjudicated basin, we can continue to pump somewhat indefinitely, but not quite. And the reason why Sigma is in place is that adjudicated basins have a limit of pumping. And if you have an adjudicated basin, let me give you an example, the 2020 supply of approximately 20,000 acre feet would run across the entire 25 years. In our case, there is no adjudication, so we have to show that demand increasing along with the water supply. Now, what the Sigma plan shows is that over time, you have a specific sensitivity analysis on that. And what they're asking us to do is forecast what that water level is going to look like with that demand, together with our conservation, together with a different level of sensitivity analysis, which includes climate change. And it also has another one called earthquake analysis. And so if your question is, how much can we pump over the remainder of the 25 years, that plan is updated every 5 years as well. And every year we have to put in what's called the sub-basin annual report, which quantifies all the data. We just came to the board a couple months ago with that. And on an annual basis, we have to submit that to the state to assure us that our forecast is being validated each and every year. So as we move an incremental 5-year period, we're validating those years. And then again, as we move that forecast, we continue to validate the years, put in the inputs, do the analysis, and ensure that on the long-term basis, that the basin is sustainable.
And so at year 2045, considering the use of other cities, the increased use in other cities and our increased use in other cities, we still see a stability in the basin?
So, yes, and like I had mentioned, I think I mentioned that this is one of 3 different plans that we have to submit. Another one of the plans really makes us look at kind of overall groundwater levels and how we're going to implement projects to, even with this demand and all of their demands, that we're still increasing the groundwater storage. So this is kind of sets the base assumptions for then creating those models that say, you can use this much, but what are you going to do to offset that? And that's what that 5,000 is. That's not use. That's us putting water back into the aquifer. So it's actually offsetting the 30 that we're doing.
Okay. One more point to your question is that on a long-term basis, we can only sustain this demand with that replenishment water. That is really the key. And part of the reason that we came together as a region is to ensure that we all benefit from that replenishment water. Hence is why we pay that RAP fee. That's number one. But on the long term, it just so happens that the short term right now that we're in, there's substantial amount of water available to CBWD on the Colorado River. That could change over time. And given that time frame that we're at, we're meeting all our requirements. And Trish is right, we have multiple documents. And coming together as a region is probably the best way to make sure we all have consistent assumptions on the use of that imported water.
Okay, and then I have heard recently just news reports of, new drought. I guess they're seeing new levels of drought on the Colorado River, right? So do we see that causing any problems for us in the near future?
Well, they always kind of look at every water year and set the allocations, and sometimes you only get 5%. And I think that's what they're getting this year is only 5% of what their total allocation is based on the actual rainfall that they're getting. That's not an uncommon number. I've been in California for 8 years and I've heard that number about 4 or 5 of those years is about 5% allocation. So They manage that. It's still extra water for us and recharge water.
Yeah.
It's not our direct supply in where it is for some people. North right now is suffering. Northern California is in a world of hurt because they rely on those river flows. We have a huge aquifer below us. We are in better shape than them.
Yeah.
The thing that's nice about the drought this time versus the last time we went through it is the governor is taking much more of a customized approach and really not doing kind of a statewide blanket kind of thing, but really looking at the regional kind of impacts and where are the regions being impacted. Right now, we're not seeing us being as impacted as much. That could change. But some northern ones are already at 35% reductions. So.
If I may just add one nexus to what you just asked, that is the reason why the state came up with this water shortage contingency plan. On the long term, it's very difficult to really forecast. Tricia, talking about the state that fluctuates from year to year because if it doesn't rain, it's all snow melt driven on the state side. On the Colorado River side, it's massive. The storage reservoirs are huge. So it takes time to really feel the effects of a chronic drought, but it takes even longer to get out of it. It's really difficult. So the purpose of this water shortage contingency plan is for all the points you just brought up. What happens if we have a chronic drought in Colorado River? Well, the state's asking us to have this very strict policy in place that's now telling us to cut water to the residential level of turf and what have you. And that's what was presented today. For the first time, we have to really make that a more strict requirement for us to implement in the event that these plans are off long-term.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That was very informative. Does anyone else have any questions? No? Covers it? Okay, I'm gonna open the public hearing. Do we have any requests to speak?
No, Mayor, no comments.
Okay, given that, I'm gonna close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Motion to adopt resolution number 10216, resolution number 10217, and resolution number 10218, adopting the 2020 Coachella Valley Regional Urban Water Management Plan, the Water Shortage Contingency Plan, and Appendix L as an addendum to the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Ortiz and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Furman. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
Aye.
And Mayor Holmes.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And the next one is item 10F, ordinance number 1762, amending sections of chapter 54 of the Indio Municipal Code regarding water conservation to align with the 2020 Coachella Valley Regional Urban Water Management Plan. Hi, welcome back.
Good evening once again. So the item before you this evening is the Water Conservation Ordinance Amendment, also known as Ordinance Number 1762. The recently approved urban water management plan, as well as the corresponding water shortage contingency plan. This item before you is an ordinance amendment to amend the Indio Municipal Code, specifically the sections with the water shortage stages that were previously from 2014 to align with the currently adopted plan. Again, this table will look very familiar to you. This outlines the framework once again, what the proposed stages will be for this water shortage contingency plan. This includes 6 levels with increasing in severity from 1 through 6, and it addresses water shortages anything from up to 10% to more than 50%. And then along with corresponding more aggressive water use restrictions, public outreach components, as well as penalties in the more severe stages. So the next couple of slides will highlight what those changes are from the current municipal code to what the ordinance amendment will reflect. First and foremost, I had mentioned the municipal code currently shows 4 water stages, shortage stages. The amended ordinance will now include 6. And actually those water use restrictions will be kind of spread across a broader scale because it's now 6 stages. And we also did a little bit of wordsmithing. Currently in the municipal code, it specifies water use, outdoor watering to specific times. An example I gave was no outdoor watering between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. as an example. So now we've changed that word. So instead of times, specific times, we now refer to daylight hours. So no outdoor watering during daylight hours. And that's to kind of to account for the variations throughout the year. Next, in stage 3 in the current municipal code, there originally were 2 options for outdoor watering. And the way it was originally structured, it was more based on what was being watered outdoors. Now, with the amendment, this will include a more specific, a specific outdoor watering schedule, and that's more catered to based on what is the irrigation system type, whether it's sprinklers or drip irrigation and whatnot. So that's the change there. In the current municipal code, there's no mention of public outreach, rebate programs, or anything like that, although Indio Water Authority does do that. So that is kind of formalizing that as kind of, as I mentioned before, a more balanced approach that not only focuses on water use restrictions, but the actions that the water agency will take as it relates to addressing water shortage situations. Moving forward, at stage 3 currently, there was mention about no new construction meters to be issued. And you will see this now reflected in stage 5, and this is kind of the second to the most severe water shortage stage. And last but not least, we end with stage 4 in the current municipal code, whereas once we have the ordinance amended, it will now reflect stage 6 to be the highest water shortage level stage available. And certainly, whenever a water shortage stage needs to be declared, it will require city council approval prior to implementation. And there is also the flexibility to modify any restrictions as needed. So with that, in terms of next steps, staff is seeking public comment and we're proposing to waive the full reading of ordinance number 1762, amending sections of chapter 54 of the Indio Municipal Code regarding water conservation, and introduce it by title only. And if that should happen, staff would bring back the ordinance on July 21st for ordinance adoption. So this concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Terrific. Does anybody have, please, Councilmember Miller?
So I'm looking at the specific times for like water between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Is that during the drought or is that any time?
That would be during a declared stage.
So what stage would that be?
Right now, I believe it's in stage 3.
Okay, so stage 3 would do that, but it's not now.
Not now. The one thing that is currently in place is stage 1, which is essentially is to encourage water conservation and water use efficiency at this point.
Yeah, because I know a lot of the drip irrigation, a lot of the plants need to be watered during the day. You know, it takes a lot out. And cities, it's one of the ones that waters during the day also too. So we'd have to lead by example. And a lot of times we don't. So appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, if there aren't any questions, I'll open the public hearing. The public hearing is open. Are there any public comments?
No comments, Mayor.
Okay. I will close the public hearing. And I'd like to hear a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to waive full reading of ordinance 1762, amending sections of chapter 54 of the Indio Municipal Code regarding water conservation, introduce ordinance number 1762 by title only, and request the city clerk to read the title.
Second. And a second by Mayor Pro Tem Furman. May I have roll call vote?
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Hamid. Oh, she's left the lines. Okay, Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
Aye.
And Mayor Holmes.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0.
Mrs. Amit just notified me that she had to leave the meeting.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All righty.
Mayor, and if I can just read the ordinance for the records.
Right.
An ordinance of the city of Indio amending sections of chapter 54 of the Indian Municipal Code regarding water conservation to align with the 2020 Coachella Valley Regional Urban Water Management Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, item 10G. City Council and the Water Authority Joint Resolution number 10210 and IWA Resolution number 2021-77, adopting the fiscal year 2021-2022 operating and capital improvement budget and program and supplemental water supply program.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Trish Wright, General Manager, IWA. For your consideration tonight is the 2021-22 capital and operating budget for IWA. As you know, you've seen before, really the focus for this year is to protect the customers during economic uncertainty while ensuring continuous water quality delivery. So for our revenues, we are projecting overall to bring in next year almost $24 million. This is up by 3.5% from the year before. The biggest changes for this is the RAC, which is actually just a pass-through. So the replenishment assessment charge, which we pass through the Coachella Valley Water District. A little bit of growth is built into this, as well as inflation is probably the biggest changes for the revenues. Pretty stable, average 2% growth in bills. That's probably a little conservative. We may see a little bit more than that by the end of the year, but we're being conservative. As far as expenditures go, those are, you see a significant increase, 16%, but really a lot of that increase has to do with kind of restructuring how we account for our funds. A large part is the transfer out of our capital project funding into another account. And that allows the capital projects to be separate and tracked well for performance to the expectations. That alone is $4.1 million just as a transfer. Salaries are up. We are requesting adding one full-time position in Engineering Tech 2. And this is as a result of development is going strong, which is a very good thing. And our capital program is growing. And we need to staff up a bit to be able to make sure we can deliver on what we're promising. And I think that's about the biggest ones. Our vehicles are up. We're still buying 4, but we have one much larger vehicle that we're purchasing. So overall, if you do the numbers, you'll notice that our revenues are less than our forecasted expenditures, but we currently have about $30 million in unallocated funds. And as part of the long-range financial plan and the master plan that we did last year, it was a conscious decision not to increase rates this year. So we expected to use some of those unallocated funds. So this is a plan. But we have plenty of unallocated funds to have a balanced budget and keep the rest of that unallocated fund available for the aggressive CIP projects we've got coming in the future. So as far as our capital program, this is Fund 812. These are the rehab. So you look at our existing system and you look at just age, condition, performance, and Fund 112 pays for existing improvements, upgrades, replacements of existing infrastructure. So of note on this one, a very large one is the Miles Avenue, which you just approved today, $1.3 million. We're going to be awarding that. Also, we're going to be doing a resin pilot replacement demonstration, which hopefully will increase our efficiencies and save money in the budget next year, as well as well rehab, Chrome 6 treatment, and those types of existing infrastructure needs. Then there is the supplemental water supply. This is development fee that they pay to offset their increase in demands on our aquifer. There is one project that's allocated for this, and that is the Evra project. The big effort for this coming year is we met with the regulators last week, discussed our plan, the project, laid out our time frame and work products coming up. They were all on board, and they'll be learning with us because this is the first injection project they've experienced in the region too, so we're gonna have fun together. But the next step we're gonna be doing is now groundwater modeling. So we're gonna be producing a model that shows how the groundwater that we inject into the aquifer moves and spreads throughout the aquifer to make sure that we get enough residence time in order to ensure water quality before it reaches other wells and gets the touch time. It's just soil touch time is what you have to make sure of. And then the last one is just the regular development fees, and that is going to be focused on the formerly known as Calhoun well. We found that Calhoun probably isn't the best place to put it, but we still need a well, so we're going to be doing the siting on that, and that will be what happens this year. So with that, recommendation is to approve the budget as presented.
Thank you very much. All right, any details or questions? No? Okay, I'm gonna open the public hearing. Public hearing is open. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak?
I have no comments, Mayor.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Make a motion, to adopt joint resolution number 10210 and Indio Water Authority Resolution number 2021-77, adopting the fiscal year 2021-22 operating capital improvement budget and program, including supplemental water supply program.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Miller. Do I have a second? And a second by Councilmember Ortiz.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Furman,
Aye.
and Mayor Hens.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now the moment we've all been waiting for.
No pressure.
Another hour. 8 hours.
Ooh, item 10H.
Good evening.
Oh, man.
Can you go back?
Mr. Curtain call.
You gotta love it.
Go back.
Wow.
Okay.
Rob Rockwell, Assistant City Manager, comedian. I just want to say what a pleasure it is to be the 8th and final public hearing item on the agenda. For the council's consideration, I'm presenting the city manager's recommended operating and capital budget capturing citywide expenditures for the fiscal year 21-22. The budget, as you hopefully have seen, is presented in 190 pages, organized by fund. The various budget schedules summarize the spending plan and gradually provide greater detail from front to back. The budget includes a staffing plan, a capital improvement plan, all preceded by a 25-page budget summary. Throughout the summary itself, there are references to community in our Indio's location, how we build the budget. There are no less than 14 tables and charts, all summarizing the budget and capturing it and comparing it to last year's budget. This level of detail is added so that we qualify for the Government Financial Officers Award for distinguished presentation. That's where we have some additional details in there. And if we win that award with this budget, that will be the 3rd year in a row. I'll mention that the recommended budget is in accordance with the public hearings that we held on May 5th and May 19th.
if it serves the council, I can go right into specifics on the general fund and skip some more of the general details, if that pleases the council.
Is that where we want to go, or do we want to delve in a little bit more detail?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
That's fine with you? Yeah.
All right, so in regards to the general fund, general fund spending by type, we have a $93 million general fund budget. It's broken up, it's 53% of purchase services, 41% salaries and benefits, and then about 3% on assets and 3% on operating costs. This chart here reflects the current budget compared to prior year budgets. You'll see that in the area of purchase services, it's quite a bit more than it was last year. That's really an indication of how much more money we're spending this year in capital projects. It's also a representative of the fact that the festivals are now in the budget for next year. And then in the area of salary and benefits, you'll see a pretty typical increase. That's due to the increase of a few positions added to the general fund and the typical increase in pension costs. In regards to general fund expenditures, this pie chart reflects the general fund budget by function. Between the $35.7 million appropriated for police services and the $17.2 million appropriated for fire and ambulance, 56% of the general fund budget has been appropriated for police services. And then from there, you can see small pieces for public works, administration, non-debt, development services, economic development, and 15%, $14 million is covered away specifically for Measure X projects. General fund revenue, 58% of the revenue supporting general fund operations is taxes. That includes property taxes, sales taxes, transient occupancy taxes, business taxes, and property transfer taxes. You add to that Measure X, which is a tax, another $12 million, and 73% of the general fund budget is supported by taxes. The rest of the general fund budget, some of it is covered by intergovernmental revenue. That would be grants and revenue from other governmental agencies, a small amount of license and permits, fines and forfeitures, use of money and property, fees and charges. $4.2 million is transfers in. That's money coming in for the public safety community facilities districts, specifically funding public safety services. And we have about $2.7 million in other revenue. The big lion's share of that is the ticket revenue sharing for the festivals. This graph is a little bit detailed, but I wanted to really show a comparison from the budget that was adopted last year to the budget we're asking you to adopt today. If you look at the darker areas, you can see going into the pandemic, we were assuming some pretty drastic reductions in sales taxes, utility users taxes, license and permits. And what the budget that's being presented to you tonight is basically restoring the revenue and expenditure levels to what I would see more typical levels. So what you're seeing here is you're seeing some very large increases in sales taxes, 35%, Measure X sales taxes almost 40%, 26% in transient occupancy taxes. So again, this is really a more normalized budget, if I can call it that. Just quickly going over highlighting the projects that you had approved for Measure X. $4.5 million for street maintenance, $3 million for the public safety campus, a little over $2.2 million for Shields Road and Los Coyotes Road, $750,000 for a ladder truck, fire ladder truck, $640,000 for ADA improvements at South Jackson Park. There's additional $700,000 for other various park improvements, $200,000 for body worn cameras, $200,000 set aside for outside agencies. That includes Martha's Village, Coachella Valley Rescue Mission, and CVAC's homeless program. $125,000 for the fiber master plan, $120,000 for citywide zoning, $100,000 for a parking study, $100,000 for a power study, $100,000 for some ballot measure initiative, $60,000 for redacting services in the police department. I think I missed $200,000 for police body worn cameras, and $50,000 for emergency service vehicle. The budget also supports 238 full-time positions. That includes 85 sworn positions. 4 of those are brand new added to the budget this year. In addition, the new adds include 2 dispatchers and 1 senior utility specialist. Quickly going over the budget highlights. This is pretty much reflective of our normalization of spending levels for the city of Indio. It includes $14 million in Measure X infrastructure projects. Balancing the budget, we had to utilize $5.6 million from Measure X to cover general operations, and we had to assume $2 million in salary savings. In regard to financial austerity, the budget resolution contains language recognizing the financial stress of the city due to the pandemic. With your unanimous support, it will ensure the city has access to all federal and state refund or relief funds available. Specifically, through this action, the budget resolution, we expect to increase access to outside funding, and it also ensures that we're focused on cost-saving strategies. In addition to the city budget, we're asking you to adopt the housing authority budget tonight as well. In this case, a small decrease in appropriations. We're starting to get some revenue coming in through the loan payment through the successor agency. Those funds are coming in, but they're not being appropriated for expenditure at this time. So before opening the public hearing, Public Works Director Tim Wassel, I know would like to come up and kind of go over some of the street maintenance plans.
All got this?
Yes, thank you.
That's
Yes.
it.
This is you.
Okay, that's it, huh?
Just, we promised that we'll show you what streets are included, so all of them are on there.
Okay, that will take care of it, okay.
Do you have a magnifying glass?
Did you get a big one?
Yeah. All right. Do we have any questions? We need to ask some questions of Mr. Wassel. Go ahead, Councilmember Ortiz.
Not necessarily for Mr. Walton, but I think it might go under the parks for the Measure X appropriations. I just wanted to make sure that we are allocating the parks money here is designated for Miles Park. So I just wanted to make that.
Yes.
Well,
For all.
what we discussed was to allot that much more money than what had been contemplated before. And then during our strategic planning discussion, have you work it out and direct us, how would you like to appropriate those parks funds? In July, Miles could be a part of it, Davis Fields was mentioned. So I think that's kind of deferring the prioritization until that time. One reason to do so is because there is some federal money that'll be part of that prioritization. So you have more flexibility to discuss it in July rather than tonight.
Right there.
We also we do it in July, we get the
Well,
budget passed.
I remember we said that we would appropriate money. Well, I asked, what's more important, the Shields Road or Miles Park? And we agreed that Miles Park would go for sure. Okay, so are we doing them both? Are we allocating money for both?
We need to.
In July.
Well, that's what it says, it was the extra fund where we decided to put the federal money is where we're gonna decide.
The ARPA fund.
Yeah, we were gonna do that, but we'll get it done.
We're gonna both now,
Yeah, we're gonna vote.
because we want parks.
Yeah.
The other question I had was if we could include $9,000 into our city council budget to provide the translation. We had our city manager did look into this live translation to translate into Spanish, and it's about $350 per meeting. So that'd be about $700 a month, $8,400. $8,400 a year. So I just would like to allocate $9,000 for that, and that would allow us to reach out to, according to our census numbers, we have about a quarter of our population that isn't fluent in English. So this would allow us to reach out to a quarter more of our population.
Okay, how does the council feel? The rest of the council weigh in on this?
Is there something, 9,000, something the city manager came up with?
Yeah, he just.
Just out of thin air. No, wait, that is the.
I'm just saying, because 9,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money to me.
Well, that was the value we determined, actually the city clerk that researched. The city of Coachella is spending roughly that amount. Now, a meeting as late as we are tonight would be a little bit more. Some meetings maybe a little bit less, and so that's why I thought 9,000, if you're so approved, we should accommodate it.
But do we really need to allot $9,000? Can't you just find $9,000 out of 93 million without having a lot, especially 9,000 for it, considering it?
It's a great question. I think the staff would like the direction because we're not sure if the majority of you want us to even spend 9,000. So I didn't want to make that decision on my own. If the majority of you want to do it, we'll do it. If not, we won't.
I thought we were gonna do all this in July.
and we can do that as well.
I think.
Well, let's have the conversation now.
Yeah, okay.
Just,
Well, I'm fine with 9,000. I just didn't think it was a lot, but yeah. I'm fine with it.
okay, and what do you have to do about it?
It's the July of the city manager fund money. I think that we have plenty of it in there. I don't, if we want to put in.
And I'll jump in and say, go ahead. Yeah, so we have consensus.
Let's be done with it.
Yeah.
We'll do it. Yep.
All right,
I would like to, but the only other thing I'd like to do is when we talk in July too, is Tim and I talked about it before our largest money makers are auto dealerships. We have 2 new auto dealerships come in and it's horrible, the conditions around it compared to what Keith just got done paying for it. Their auto dealership did, they put in new signs, new turf, new landscape all along Highway 111. It's bright, it's beautiful. We got 2 more dealerships and, you look along the wall, all you see is the freeway and the concrete and dirt. Around the other areas, we used to put up fences and do the stuff, and as time's gone on, we've kind of taken it down. I really think we need to look at putting some kind of investment, considering we're trying to draw people into our city from other areas. It really isn't that inviting. We're already pulling people from Coachella. I'd like to pull them from other places. And we're gonna look for other dealerships in those other areas because we're not gonna be able to purchase those properties in between that are there. You're talking millions of dollars of filling them in or trying to do stuff where we can wall around them, kind of beautify them all at the same time. I'd like to look at what it's gonna cost, and Tim has that to invest in cleaning that at about 500,000. But like I said, those are our largest auto dealers, and we're just gonna get a couple $1 million from the property we're selling too. So invest that back in it, put this back in our thing. So something I wanna talk about, we can talk about that in July.
yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we always need to, I'm gonna use the term, our Sunday best, with people, how people view us through the lens of litter or of disrepair, et cetera, does not necessarily leave a really positive impression. I think we need to up our game on that a little bit.
But those car dealerships are gonna generate $700,000 to $800,000 a year in revenue.
Yeah.
Some of those things start paying for
Yes,
themselves
sir.
after a while. But once we make the investment, we talked about downtown and some of our other properties, we're making investments in ourselves.
Yep.
To attract other folks. So there's a return on that.
Yep, return on investment.
Mr. Rockwell, you're not up there anymore? I haven't.
Are we
even
done?
opened it.
We want to rumble.
I was directed to sit down.
No, that's why I was teasing him. Okay, so we had this discussion, we're having this discussion, I'm gonna open the public hearing. Public hearing is open, how long is that line to speak?
No.
No line to speak, I thought there would at least be 10 people. Okay, I'll close the public hearing, and what is the pleasure of the council? Don't all jump at once.
Let's see.
Oh, I don't.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Try to look at where it is.
Yeah.
It's-
All right, I'm gonna make a motion, resolution number 10211, 10212, 10213, and IHA resolution number 2021-12, adopting the fiscal year 2021-2022 appropriations limit and operating and capital improvement budget and program for the city of Indio and the operating budget for the Indio Housing Authority,
Second.
Did that include the adjustment?
and including the $9,000 adjustment.
Thank
You're very welcome. Okay,
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Aye.
And Mayor Holmes.
aye. Okay, is there something else we have to talk about? It's 10 minutes, it's 7 minutes after 10.
2 hours behind Palm Springs.
All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you very, very much. The next meeting is not on here. July 21st, 2021.